All right, Mr. Brodowitz, which case did you want to call first?
We can start with people who you set around the top of the list.
Well, I'm not sure.
Oh, okay.
Just
Yeah, okay, that's fine. Let me see. My victims.
hold on that, Your Honor, I think.
What's that?
I think we're gonna hold on that one.
One second.
All right.
Yeah, just 1 second.
We have Redmond, Smith Dobbs, and Washington.
I think he's gonna go call some names.
Okay.
Yeah. Just 1 second.
So all these applications, they're all gone. John Wright. How about John Michael Wright?
I don't have him stacked.
Nope, I think he's already gone.
Okay. Mr. Redmond?
All right, who do you want to call first?
Washington?
Mr. Washington? So on the record in docket 22-03220, that's people, the state of Michigan versus Roderick Washington. Today's the 27th. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jeff Brodowitz on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lawrence Sutter, on behalf of Mr. Washington, who's standing to my right.
Sir, you are Roderick Washington? All right. This is the time set for a jury trial this morning. Mr. Brodowitz, how are we proceeding?
Yes, Your Honor, as you stated, today's date and time set for a jury trial. I have called the hallway and the courtroom. I do not believe, and people have subpoenaed witnesses. I do not believe those witnesses have appeared, so people will be unable to proceed at this time.
Is that your understanding, Ms. Sutter?
It is, Your Honor, and given that, I would ask for the court to dismiss the case today.
All right, so based on the people subpoenaing their witnesses, have you had any contact with the witnesses, Mr. Brodowitz?
Not recently. Your
All
Honor.
right. Based on the lack of contact with the witnesses, the people are unable to proceed. Defendant asked for a dismissal, which is granted without prejudice. I will sign a nollie pros or a dismissal to that effect. So, Mr. Washington, the case is dismissed based on a motion made by your defense for the people's inability to proceed today. It's dismissed without prejudice, which means that the people could reissue if they choose to, but for our purposes today, the case is dismissed. All right, sir? Anything else for the record? Docket 22-03-220, Mr. Brodowitz.
Nothing from the people.
Ms. Sutter?
Just if it would be possible for us to get a copy of the Denali, other than that, nothing. Hunter.
Yes.
Thank
So you
you.
can get a copy from Nathaniel.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's right on top there. Right where you can't find it. I put it right there, so. All right, next case, Mr. Brodowitz. Duchette, Redmond, and Smith Dobbs.
Yeah.
Go ahead and call Mr. Redmond.
I think we came, Your Honor.
All right. We have one person in the, take a chance and admit them, just in case. Would the individual CP3705AS please identify yourself? They're not connected to audio.
So just 1 second on that, Your Honor.
Sir, would you identify? They're not connected to audio. I'm gonna put in. Is that Mr. Redmond?
It kind of looks like him, I think, if I remember correctly.
All
It's been
right.
a while, but.
All right, he needs to connect to audio. So that might be Mr. Redmond on Zoom, the person who is smoking. But he's not connected to audio. Did you need to talk to Mr. Redmond then, if it is him?
Yes, if,
I don't know if it is him or not.
yeah, if we can figure it
It's gonna
out.
be hard to do a jury trial with him on Zoom.
Well, it was kind of just set for compliance.
Right.
Yeah, so.
Kind of. Miss Williams is petitioning here. So Miss Williams might want to get together with, she's proper. So that may or may not be Mr. Redmond. Did you want to call one of the other cases? Duchette or Smith Dobbs?
Dobbs, I know we have a motion. I'm not sure how the court wanted to.
We can hear them both right now. So, well, let's do, which one did you want to do?
Well, Duchette is Miss Sutter's.
All right. So you want to do Smith Dobbs?
I believe we can, Your Honor.
All right. So we're on the record in docket 23-01200. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Javon Smith Dobbs. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jeff Brodowitz on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Aaron Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. Smith Dobbs.
And this is the time set for a jury trial today. This was set for 8 o'clock. Is Mr. Smith Dobbs joining us, Ms. Robinson?
He is, I think he's out in the hallway, Your Honor.
Did you want to grab him or?
I can, sure.
Adam Standish.
What's his name?
We'll check. You know, a wheelchair.
Sorry.
All right, so we're on the back on the record, docket 2301-200. And sir, you are Javon Smith Dobbs?
Yes, sir.
All right. This is the time set for a jury trial today. Mr. Brodowitz, how are we proceeding?
Yes, Your Honor, as you stated, today's date and time set for jury trial. The people have subpoenaed witnesses. Those witnesses have appeared. However, I believe yesterday the defense filed a motion in this matter that would need to be addressed first.
All right, so that's my understanding. Ms. Robinson, you filed a motion yesterday in regards to People versus Jack. I'm familiar with I've become familiar with the motions. That is, what it is it's an objection to getting a redacted discovery from the prosecutor's office. And not only that, pursuant to the new case law, which is People versus I'm gonna butcher this, but People versus Anti-Romanian. There's also objection to the Ingham County Prosecutor's Office blanket policy of redacting all police reports.
Correct.
So I see merit in this. I understand the case law. This is filed a little late. It's filed untimely.
I understand, Your Honor. However, there were some recent happenings last week in the case that needed, urged my necessity in finding this.
Okay.
And so in filing this at this point in time. And so this is why
All right.
it was filed at this time.
Mr. Brodowitz, what's the people's position on this?
Yes, Your Honor, as you stated, you're familiar with the case law. But the case law also states that given, I believe, some of the effect of particularized instances, protective orders can be issued. And I have been made aware of the recent developments by Ms. Robinson. However, I believe there are specific instances here, and the people could provide testimony to at least one of those instances that would necessitate a protective order to be issued in this matter based on comments that the defendant, Mr. Smith Dobbs, has made in particular about bringing a weapon to the residence of the victims and threatening to shoot everybody in the place.
All right, so this would be an instance in which the prosecutor's office would come with detailed testimony concerning why there is a redacted information being provided. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Well, that has to be taken care of before we set it for jury trial, I would assume. And so my thought on this is to set it for hearing, with testimony,
What would you do this
have Ms.
weekend?
Robinson cross-examination, so that we have an opportunity to vet this, so that the prosecutor can provide, without some type of authority for the unredacted copy. Ms. Robinson, I think, pursuant to case law, is entitled to an unredacted copy. It just seems to me that this all comes a little late, and so does I would think that we should have taken care of this beforehand. But let's set this. So how much testimony do you think we would hear concerning this case in regards to providing the purposes for providing a redacted copy?
I do not think it would be long, Your Honor. I think we could probably take care of it in the morning.
All right, so let's set it for hearing. What's our next jury trial date?
Next jury trial date is July 18th. Can we run try to set it in the afternoon on the cause day?
Yeah, for testimony, but I'd like to set it before that jury trial date. Yeah. So let's set it for hearing. Set for hearing on unredacted purpose pursuant to motion and response. I do think, and I will state this for the record, that if this is timely filed. My only portion on this is that, and I understand Ms. Robinson's position, that if this is filed right away and not complied with, and not given a reason why it's not being complied with, it's hard to object to the motion's defense to compel under the case law. The case law seems pretty specific unless there's a reason for the redaction, and that's what Mr. Brodowitz is providing. Other than that, I see it's fairly clear. I read both cases, and it doesn't seem to me to be ambiguous. But there is the opportunity for the prosecutor to indicate why they are offering an unredacted copy, which is what we're taking testimony on. So we'll set it for.
Thursday.
That's probably too soon.
July 6th.
Okay, so July 6th.
I have to, I'm sorry. July 6th, I have to go meet with my probation officer.
All right. Well, I think we can get around that for this hearing.
Yes, sir.
So July 6th. So indicate, and you can talk to Ms. Robinson. We'll indicate to your probation officer why either you're untimely or late to that. I'm trying to get this in before the next trial date.
Yes, sir.
So July 6th at 8:30. And at that time, Mr. Brodowitz will take testimony concerning the reason for the unredacted copy. Is that correct?
Mhm.
All right. All right, so we'll set this for July 6th at 8:30. Anything else for the record in docket 23-01200, Mr. Brodowitz?
Nothing from the people here.
All right. What's that? Yeah, let's keep it on the jury trial schedule for July 18th. Just because I want to make sure we attempt to move this case. All right. With that understanding, anything else, Miss Robinson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you. That's all for the record in docket 23-01200. And then we probably can call Redmond because is that Mr. Standish?
Okay.
That was my fear that was. Here it is. So we're on the record in two files, docket 23-01005 and docket 22-02791. People of the state of Michigan versus Damian Redmond. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jeff Brodowitz on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Aaron Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. Redmond.
And this is the time set for a jury trial today. Ms. Robinson, is Mr. Redmond is he here today?
I haven't seen him yet.
All
Your
right,
Honor.
Mr. Brodowitz, how are we proceeding?
Yes, Your Honor. As you stated, today's date and time set for jury trial. The people have subpoenaed witnesses, and those witnesses have appeared. So the people would be ready to proceed today. However, as this is simply a dog license violation and stray dog ticket, I believe the reason this was left on for a jury trial was because Mr. Redmond was attempting to provide compliance.
That's what I have in my
So,
notes.
I mean, if the court feels a bench warrant is necessary, the people would ask that a bench warrant be issued and any bond be forfeited. However, if the court does not feel a bench warrant is necessary, the people would not object to this being set for, I guess I would ask for another final pretrial in order for the public defender's office to get in contact with Mr. Redmond to see if he can provide compliance in this matter.
All right, and Ms. Roberts, I'm assuming that if there is a bench warrant issued for lack of a fail to appear, that I'd place it on a 48-hour hold.
Yes, I
So
would
that we'd have
request
some
that.
time. All right. So for failure to appear at jury trial, even though these are dog tickets and this was a compliance issue, I'm going to issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture, but place a 48-hour hold on it so that if Mr. Redmond's able to make the appearance, there'll be a 48-hour hold on it. Anything else for the record in docket 22-02791, Mr. Brodowitz?
And nothing from the people, Your Honor.
And Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. That's all for the record on Mr. Redmond. And then we have Mr. Doucette. Is that yours, Ms. Sutter?
That's me, Your Honor.
So we're on the record in docket 23-01264. That's People of the State of Michigan versus Ryan Doucette. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jeff Rudowitz on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Mr. Doucette, who is standing to my right.
And sir, you are Ryan Doucette?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a jury trial today. I do have a motion to compel that was filed, I believe, last Friday. Mr. Brodowitz, how we proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. After discussions with the Public Defender's Office, I believe we have come to a plea on this matter, which I believe would render the motion to compel moot at this point.
What is the offer?
And that offer, I believe, was to plead to count 2, malicious destruction of property less than 200, with an agreement for restitution for the property, Killebrew to no upfront jail, and then upon successful plea, a dismissal of count 1.
Okay, so restitution, do you have a restitution number? Is that to be
I
determined?
do not yet, Your Honor. I should have one shortly. The complaining victim in this matter, Mr. Fox, got in touch with me late yesterday, and I informed the court and Ms. Sutter that he was that he was in the hospital and so would be unable to attend today. I did get some further information on that later last night, and that he was transported to the hospital with a severe case of pneumonia.
Sorry, just for the note, that's medical information I wouldn't share on the record.
So he's
transported-
unavailable?
Yes, he's unavailable for at least the next few days, but I should have a number shortly. Your Honor.
Okay, so restitution is to be determined for property. So Killebrew, no upfront jail, and then dismiss count 1. Ms. Sutter, is that your understanding of the plea negotiations?
It is, Your Honor. Just a quick note on the motion. We do intend, it's Mr. Doucette's intention to accept the offer today. I would just like to make a note for the record as to the motion. We haven't received the unredacted police reports, and things are moved only when there is not the likelihood of reoccurrence of the same issue, and this is becoming an ongoing problem with the Am County Prosecutor's Office. That's my note there, Your Honor.
All right. So, yeah, so my understanding, the recent May 11th, 2023 seems to me fairly clear that a blanket policy of redaction is a problem.
Correct, Your Honor. I believe
Yeah.
it was that Kent County found that a protective order would have to be sought in every case in which a redacted police report was desired. They cannot have a unilateral policy of providing it.
That's how it reads to me. So, but with that understanding, the plea agreement was to plead to the MDOP, restitution be determined, and Killebrew no upfront jail. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. May I inquire of your client of his advice of rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So you understand, Mr. Doucette, that the ultimate penalty that you could be guilty of, just so that you could plead to here, is the 93-day and/or $500. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and that could be the ultimate penalty. There is a restitution of property to be determined. We'll probably set that for hearing once. We'll send you to probation and let them figure it out. But there's a Killebrew of no upfront jail. If I decide not to follow that, you'd have the opportunity to withdraw your plea. Do you understand that?
I do understand.
All right. Also, part of the plea agreement is a dismissal of count 1 with a successful plea to count 2. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
All right. You understand you have the following rights, and I'll walk you through those rights. Okay. You have the right to be tried by a jury. You have the right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty. You have the right to have the prosecutor prove beyond reasonable doubt that you are guilty. You have the right to have the witness against you appear at trial. You have the right to question those witnesses that appear against you. You, of course, are represented by Public Defender Lauren Sutter, and she would be present to cross-examine any witnesses and contest any charges brought against you by the state. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have the right to have the court order any witnesses appear in your defense for trial. You have the right to remain silent during the trial. You have the right not to have that silence used against you, and you have the right to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than the stated plea agreement or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You're also giving up the right to any appeal to a jury trial or bench trial. Since you're not having a trial, you're pleading guilty. Do you understand those rights, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
And it's your intent to waive those rights and to plead guilty today.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
I'm gonna bring your attention back to April 19th, 2023. at the offense location of 1429 Glen Rose, City of Lansing, Ingham County. Were you present on April 19, 2023 at 1429 Glen Rose in the City of Lansing?
Yes, I was.
And the count 2 is that you did willfully or maliciously destroy or injure a walking cane that was the personal property of Mark B. Fox. Can you tell me about that?
Yeah, I basically threw it. That's what
Okay.
I did.
And by throwing it, you caused injury to it?
A little bit, yes, I did.
All right. And that's part of the restitution that's to be determined?
I believe so, yeah.
All right. And when you threw it, you did so intentionally to intentionally to do some type of destruction of the property.
I guess so, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You didn't, you didn't throw
You
it.
didn't-
No,
it wasn't an accident.
No, it wasn't an
All right.
accident.
All
Yes,
right.
that's correct.
All right. Anything towards the factual basis, Mr. Brodowitz?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor.
Ms. Sutter?
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right, I find the factual basis to be understanding, voluntarily, and accurately made. I'm going to refer the defendant to probation, which would be on the 5th floor. So while you're here, just go ahead and stop on the 5th floor and get the whole process started. What they're going to do is they're going to do a report for me for sentencing, and then we'll see what options are available. There is an agreement to Killebrew of no upfront jail, and they'll probably start on trying to figure out the restitution in the matter, okay?
Okay.
All right, do we have a date of sentencing?
August 22nd at 1:30.
August 22nd at 1:30. So that date would be August 22nd at 1:30.
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything else for the record in docket 23-01264, Mr. Brodowitz?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Sutter?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Doucette, we'll see you on that date, okay?
Okay,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Standish here.
We also have 2 attorneys here, so we should probably go on those cases.
Which ones are those?
Simonovich and Rodriguez Morales. We'll separate.
All right, Rodriguez Morales. And what's the other one?
Simonovich.
All right, so Ms. Robinson, are you on Rodriguez Morales or Simonovich? Avika Simonovich?
I'm Simone.
You're Simonovich? We have an interpreter here on that
Yes,
case. All right,
I am not on.
all right.
And
So
what was
Mr.
the other one?
Mr.
Rodriguez
Schaefer,
Morales?
how about Rodriguez Morales?
Rodriguez, I don't believe I'm on that one.
Is Ms. Sutter on that one?
Yeah, she couldn't do the intake last time.
All right,
Yes.
so, Mr. Brodowitz, when you're ready on Simonovich,
Yes, Your Honor, I'm going to go all the hallway and see
All
if
right.
anyone else is here. For the case.
since we have an interpreter here, we don't want to.
Yes, I will be. Just.
Rodriguez is interpreter and Simonovich. Did Mr. Standish indicate what file he was on?
It's 16-02495.
I think it's one of mine, Your Honor.
All right, let's go ahead and call that case, Mr. Smith.
Thank you.
602495. All right, so we're on the record in docket 16029495. That is Lafque versus Adam Standish. For the parties, please introduce themselves for the record.
For plaintiff Lafque, Tim Smith, P48259. Good morning, Your Honor.
And sir, you'll have to unmute yourself. You are Adam Standish. He's not, is he connected?
Yes, it's muted.
Mr. Standish, you'll have to unmute yourself. There you go. There you go. You are Adam. You are Adam Standish, sir.
I can't hear anything.
Okay. Can you hear me, sir? You are Adam Standish.
Adam Steve speaking. I
All
can't
right.
hear anything.
All
I
right,
got my
well,
audio
everybody
on,
else,
but I can't hear you guys.
I can't fix, I don't know how to fix that, sir. Everybody else is working on Zoom, so I think the problem might be in your arena. Can you, Mr. Standish, can you hear me? Mr. Smith, it appears that Mr. Standish is having technical difficulties.
All right, could maybe we do a notice to appear? We know we have a good address from the proof of service. Maybe do it in person.
Maybe if he disconnects and joins again, that helps sometimes.
Okay.
I don't know how to get him that message. You
Yeah,
want to
I
email
hear
him or? So we're gonna send him a chat to see if he can disconnect and come back.
Okay. I did have a second.
You
file,
also,
Giovanna.
yeah, you do have a second. Let's go ahead and call that one and see. 1601. I hope he's reading something. Looks like he's reading something. All right, we're on the record in docket 1601717. That's Lafque versus Giovanna Brewer. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
For plaintiff Lafque, Tim Smith, P48259.
All right, I have this time set for discovery hearing. I have a no service on the file, Mr. Smith. There's just a note to that effect.
On the
I do have
case, Joshua Henderson, we did not effectuate service. On Giovanna.
Yeah, I have it on. Yeah, I have it on 1602485 and 1602321, where you were unable to serve on Aaron Collins and Joshua Henderson. I have a note on Giovanna Brewer, but it looks like service was mailed out for this date to the Carriage Road Muskegon address.
We also, my file reflects personal service on Thursday, April 27th at that same address, Carriage Road, Apartment C.
All right, that may have not caught up with the file yet, because I don't know if I have a subpoena to produce sent to the Carriage Road. But I don't have the personal service on the file yet.
I can enclose file a motion to show cause and enclose a copy.
Okay. That sounds. So let's do that. Is that Mr. Standish? I think we can hear him now. All right. So at this time, it appears the defendant failed to appear for the discovery.
Failed to.
What I'll do is I'll entertain a motion for show cause, and if you attach the proof of service, we'll set that on for hearing. All right, Mr. Smith?
Perfect. I'll take care of that this morning, Your Honor. Thank you.
Hello?
Right. Are you, Mr. Standish, are you there now?
Yes, sir.
All right. Just stand by, and I'm just going to finish up another file, and then we're going to call yours, okay?
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. So anything else, Mr. Smith, on docket 1601717?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Now, Mr. Standish, you are Adam Standish, sir. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. This is the time set for a discovery hearing. Mr. Smith, have you had the opportunity to speak with Mr. Standish concerning some of these discovery issues?
I have not, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to place you in a breakout room, but I'm going to first, Mr. Standish, this is a discovery hearing. There's some questions concerning prior financial activity, et cetera, that Mr. Smith wanted to ask you about concerning this hearing. I'm going to place you in a breakout room with him, but I want to swear you in first, so you're under oath as he does a discovery proceeding. Okay, sir?
Okay.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, Mr. Smith, I'm gonna have you and Mr. Standish placed in a breakout room, and then we'll come back out on the record and place whatever you need on the record. All right, sir?
Perfect. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to have Mr. Smith and Mr. Standish placed in a breakout room. So, Mr. Standish, you should get a prompt to go to room 1. Who's in the jail? Is that Terrell Duncan?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Duncan will be with you in just a second, okay?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Brown, you're here for your 9 o'clock?
Yes,
All right. And you're represented by Binsky?
yes.
All right. Right, we have a few cases to call in front of you, but you're in the right place.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, on the Samsung, would you identify yourself, please? You just joined the room?
Jesus Alvarado.
Okay, Mr. Alvarado,
Yes, sir.
you're here for your 8:30?
Yes.
All right, your public defender is Lauren Sutter, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, stand by. We'll call your case in a second.
All right, then.
Ms. Binsky, you're here for Mr. Brown's case?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Right, have you had the opportunity to speak to the assistant prosecutor in the case, or are you ready to go?
If I could have a brief moment, he didn't know if he was going to be the prosecutor moving forward, so I don't know if it's a different one. on
All
this.
right, so, all right, if, we'll await to have you speak to him, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Brown Smith, you're here for your 9 o'clock?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And your public defender is Ms. Sutter or Ms. Robinson?
Miss Sutter.
All right. All right, you're in the right place. Stand by. We've got some cases to call in front of you. All right, ma'am?
Okay, thank you.
Zoom.
Yeah, I'll be back. The individual on the Samsung cell phone, please identify yourself. I think it's
Jesus
pointed
Alvarado.
at Mr. Alvarado. All right. No, I need the other person who the cell phone's pointed at the ceiling and you just joined us. You're in a tank top.
Yeah, Shema Smith.
What time is your case, sir?
Mine is at 10 o'clock.
All right. So you're here for your 10 o'clock. We've got some cases to call in front of you, but you're in the right place.
Okay, yes, I got to be to work at 10:25, so I figured if I join early, then I will get
Maybe.
a better spot in line.
Who's your attorney on the case?
I do not know.
All right. All right, Mr. Smith, I'm going to put you in a breakout room with a public defender, Aaron Robinson, who can talk to you about the case.
Okay.
Mr. Smith, we're going to bring back Mr. Standish, okay?
Perfect. Thank you, Your Honor.
And then Ms. Vinsky's here on Zoom, the attorney. All right. So we're on the record in docket, back on the record in docket 1602495. Mr. Smith, did you have the opportunity to meet with Mr. Standish in a breakout room?
I did, Your Honor. We had a good conversation, got through most of the Q&A as it relates to the creditor examination. There are some documents, though, that are responsive to your subpoena, certain documents relating to his employment and his banking situation presently. I'm going to send him a reminder letter of specifically what documents he needs to get to me and where they need to be sent. But I would like a follow-up date or a control date. Once I have the documents, I'll be in a position to finish the examination.
All right. Let's do, we'll set that, right? because we can do I think we should probably set it, once you get the documentation, we can set it for a pretrial so that we can do a pretrial sheet on it. Is that fair, Mr. Smith?
Yeah, that's fine.
But it's hard to do it. It's hard to do that. It's hard to do that pretrial sheet without at least some discovery getting started a little bit in regards to the creditor exam. So how many days are you looking out, Mr. Smith?
I think 30 days would be enough time for Mr. Standish to get the documents to me. And if he has, if he gets them to me quick, and then he and I have an opportunity to chat over the phone, I may be able to resolve it early, but let's just have that date at least 30 out.
So let's set for pretrial control date around 30 days out. July 26th at 9 a.m.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate your help. Thank you, Mr. Standish.
All right, Mr. Standish, your next date is July 26th at 9. Please keep in contact with Mr. Smith concerning any documents that need to be provided. All right, sir?
All right. I got a couple
All right.
for you, actually, if that's all right.
Sure. Just I can answer any questions you might have about the process. The facts of the case you probably want to leave out at this time.
Sweet. All right. You have a nice day.
All right. So that's all for the record. 1602495. Mr. Smith, Mr. Standish, thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We lose one or the other. We lost you, and then now we've lost the public defender. Is Mr. Schaefer talking to his client, Simonovic?
Yes.
All right, and he took the interpreter, I take it?
Yes.
Yeah, all right. How about on Jesus Alvarado? Do we have an interpreter on Jesus Alvarado?
That I'm doing.
Oh, I'm sorry, on Rodriguez Morales. All right.
I don't know where Miss Sutter went. That's her case.
That is,
Mr. Broderick wants information or-
yeah, so while we're waiting, did you want to talk with Miss Vinsky?
Yes.
If you come on in, I'll put you in a room with her.
Yeah.
So Miss Vinsky, I'll put you in a room with the assistant prosecutor and you can talk about the case. All right, ma'am?
Perfect. Thank you.
I admitted Jeff and Samsung. So put Miss Vinsky and Mr. Brodowitz in a room. And I don't know about that Samsung.
Let me take forever. Nagay saglang suyo. Nagay saglang suyo.
Would the individual on the Samsung cell phone that just connected, please identify yourself?
Jose Griffin Reese, I think, if you're talking to me.
I am.
Yeah, I'm trying to
Okay,
figure
so
out.
you're here for your 9:30, sir?
Yes, sir. I'm just trying to get my face on it.
All right. You're fine, and you are not represented by counsel today, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Stand by, you're in the right place. We probably just we have some 8:30s and 9s to call in front of you, but you're in the right place.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
What is?
All right, Ms. Vinsky, we're ready on your case. This is on the record in docket 23-01491 and 23-01492. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Thomas Brown. Will the parties please introduce themselves to the record?
Jeff Brodowitz on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Marissa Vinsky on behalf of Thomas Brown, who is appearing via Zoom.
All right, thank you. And you are Thomas Brown, sir?
Yes.
And you can hear me all right, Mr. Brown?
Yes.
All right, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Brodowitz, how are we proceeding?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, after discussions with Ms. Vinsky, I believe the parties would agree to ask that a second pretrial in this matter be set as negotiations are continuing.
And is that a correct statement, Ms. Vinsky?
That is accurate.
All right. Is this for compliance purposes, Mr. Brodowitz?
Partially, Your Honor, and then partially also for some just further, I guess, discovery on the people's part. There were some things I was unable to flesh out before today's hearing that I've made Ms. Vinsky aware of, and I just want to be able to flesh those out quickly and be able to get the best offer possible.
All right. So do you think about 30 days?
I think actually we talked about, I believe the 18th would work.
All right.
It's
booked.
Oh.
So
7:25.
7:20. So July 25th, we'll do at 10. So we'll reschedule this pretrial for July 25th at 10. So, Mr. Brown, please keep in contact with your attorney, Ms. Vinsky. We've reset this for July 25th at 10 o'clock. Anything else for the record, docket 23-01492 or 23-01491, Mr. Brodowitz?
Nothing from the people.
Ms. Vinsky?
No, thank you. Just have a great day, Your Honor.
You too. Mr. Brown, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
I mean, we probably should, Mr. Duncan,
Yes.
although I muted him. That's my fault. Do they have to unmute him? That's what I was afraid of. About Ms. Sutter, who are you ready on?
I believe we are ready with Mr. Lunsford. And
Lunsford.
then I have Mr. Alvarado and Mr. Rodriguez Morales here. And we
Okay.
have the translator here for Rodriguez Morales.
Let's do Rodriguez Morales, okay? Just because you don't want people waiting around. He's what? Oh, let's go on Mr. Duncan. He's unmuted.
Okay.
What?
Then, Mayor, if
Let's,
you don't mind, I would hop on Zoom really quick if I could have over with Mr. Turbin.
all right, let's do Duncan though.
That's Ms. Robinson.
Okay, yeah.
Thanks.
So who do you want to see?
Mr. Turbin, please.
Mr. Turbin.
Yes, thank
Dustin Turbin and Ms. Sutter. All right.
Thank you very much.
So we're on the record in docket 22-02185. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Terrell S. Duncan. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jeff Brodowitz on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Aaron Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. Duncan.
And sir, you are Terrell Duncan?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you can hear me all right, Mr. Duncan?
Yes, sir.
All right, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. This is the final pretrial. Mr. Brodowitz, how are we proceeding?
Yes, Your Honor, at this time, yes, the people would seek to dismiss this case. As the court is aware, Mr. Duncan, this was adjourned because Mr. Duncan was set to be sentenced on another matter that occurred yesterday in front of Judge Aquilina. And as part of the agreement in that sentencing, both this case and a corresponding felony file that I believe is set in front of Your Honor either this Thursday or Friday, I cannot remember offhand, were to be dismissed upon that. But based on the time that I was made aware of when Mr. Duncan's sentencing was actually complete, I was unable to get nollies into the court last night. I plan to, and as I just said, I plan to dismiss this case now, and then I will be filing a nollie later today on the other felony file.
All right, so I'll have you sign that nollie. This is the nollie that we printed out.
Permission to approach.
Granted. And Ms. Robinson, is that your understanding? This is part of a global resolution, the dismissal of this case?
It is.
All right. All right. So as a part of the global dismissal concerning this file, the people move to dismiss as a part of the files in front of Judge Aquilina. I will also sign off on the order of dismissal or the nollie pros. Anything else for the record in docket 22-02185, Mr. Brodowitz?
Nothing from the people.
Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, Mr. Duncan, you should be all set today, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. What's that? I wouldn't worry about that till we've got so much more. So that was Mr. Duncan. Ms. Robinson, who else do you have?
I have Jones, Coopin. I'm ready on Mr. Smith.
Let's go on. So you tell me, Mr. Smith.
Yes, we can do Mr. Smith. He's on.
That was Schumann Smith, correct?
Correct.
Lunsford. Stevens.
Shemai Smith, yes.
Right, let's find his file. Is that a 10 o'clock?
Yes.
All right, I got it. It was the last one. All right, so we're on the record in docket 23-01565, 23-01566, and 23-01567. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jeff Brodowitz on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Aaron Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. Smith.
All right, this is the time set for pretrial on 3 files. Mr. Brodowitz, how are we proceeding today, or did you want to defer to Ms. Robinson?
I'll just put on for the record, Your
Okay.
Honor, the people have made an offer in this matter for Mr. Smith to provide compliance, and upon providing compliance for, it would be files, I believe, 1565 and 1566, the people would seek to dismiss those two, and then to plead to, I guess it would be an added count 2 on file 23-01567 for dog stray. And that would be an added count 2 of dog stray with an agreement for restitution.
And Ms. Robinson, that's your understanding of the offer?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
We're just going to ask for a reset of 30 days, please.
All right. So 30-day adjournment for compliance purposes. We'll reset it for July. Say it again. July 25th at 10. July 25th. July 25th. All right, so Mr. Smith, this case has been adjourned for compliance purpose to July 25th at 10 o'clock. If you have any questions, please keep in contact with Attorney Erin Robinson. Make sure she has any documents you may need for that July 25th date. All right, sir? All right, Mr. Smith?
Yes, which Mr. Smith? You talking to Shimon Smith?
Yes, I'm talking to you, Shimon Smith.
Okay, yes, I understand. I was following y'all.
All right, anything else for the record on any three of these files? Mr. Brodowitz?
Nothing from the people.
Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, so that's all for the record, 23-01565, 66, and 67. Mr. Smith, you're free to leave the Zoom courtroom. We'll see you back here on July 25th at 10 o'clock.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. You're all set.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. We have one interpreter case we should call, right?
Yes, Mr. Morales Rodriguez.
Rodriguez. All right. All right, ma'am, you are the interpreter?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to have you spell your first name and last name for the record.
My name is Norma.
We're on the record in docket 23-01692. That's People of the State of Michigan versus Jesus Alvarado. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jeff Roberts on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Mr. Alvarado, who joins us via Zoom.
And sir, you are Jesus Alvarado. You have to unmute yourself.
Yes, sir.
All right. And Mr. Alvarado, this was to be live in person on the 6th floor. So I know you're here by Zoom today, but just for the record, you should have been here by person on a final pretrial date. Do you understand that?
I didn't know that.
All right. Well, I've got live in my notes here, so I must have said it at some point in time. All right. So, Mr. Brodowitz, is the time set for a final pretrial? How are we proceeding today?
Yes, Your Honor, as you stated, today's the date and time set for final pretrial. People have subpoenaed witnesses. I've called the hallway in the courtroom, and those witnesses have failed to appear. So at this time, the people would be unable to proceed.
And Ms. Sutter.
Thank you, Your Honor. Given that, I would request that the court dismiss this case today.
All right. And Mr. Brodowitz, have you had any contact with the victims or the witnesses in this case?
I have attempted to call the victim in this case twice, Your Honor. One of those calls has been returned, one has not. But the return call was about 2 weeks ago, I think.
All right.
So and after that, I have had no contact.
All right. So based on the people's inability to proceed, witnesses failed to appear. I'm going to sign the order of dismissal concerning Mr. Alvarado. Mr. Alvarado, this case is dismissed without prejudice, which means the people could reissue if they choose to, but for our purposes today, the case is dismissed. All right, sir?
All right, sir.
All right. Anything else for the record? Docket 23-01692, Mr. Brodowitz.
Nothing.
Ms. Sutter?
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Alvarado, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
All right, thank you.
That's that, Ms. Steenbeck?
Yeah.
Let's do Ms.
Jones has been here since.
All right, let's do Ms. Kuthan next. Is that yours, Ms. Robinson?
It is.
All right.
He's not here.
All right, so let's do dockets. Let me make sure I've got all these dockets. 22-00948, 22-02202, 22-03116, and 23-00603. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the records?
Jeff Brodowitz on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Aaron Robinson, Assistant Public Defender from Ms. Kuthan.
And is Ms. Kuthan here?
Yes.
All right, come on up here. Ma'am, you are Autumn Kuthan?
Yes.
All right. This is the time set on 4 files that have been set for final pretrial. Mr. Brodowitz, how are we proceeding today?
Yes, Your Honor, as you stated, today's the date and time set for final pretrial on all of these files. All of these files, just for the record, have the same complaining victim. I have called the hallway in the courtroom. The victim has been subpoenaed, but to my knowledge, the victim has failed to appear. And so at this time, the people would be unable to proceed on these files.
You would make a motion to dismiss on all files.
All right, and Mr. Brodowitz, have you had any contact with the witness in the case, the necessary witness?
I have not, Your Honor.
Okay, so the motion on all 4 files is granted as the people are unable to proceed because the complaining witness has failed to appear. And I will grant the motion to adjourn, I'm sorry, to dismiss and sign the nollies to that effect. Ma'am, what that means is that the people are moving to dismiss without prejudice, which means that people could reissue if they choose to, but for our purpose today, all 4 files are dismissed. Do you understand that, ma'am? All right. Anything else for the record in docket 22000948, 22002202, 22031116, or 23000603? Mr. Brodowitz.
Nothing from the people, Your Honor.
Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, you should be all set. Thank you for your appearance, ma'am. Let me write in those files a little bit and we'll have a.
Yes.
Ready on Jones as well, Judge.
All right, I think we'll call that next. Let me finish writing in these.
Sure.
I would, Mr. Brodowitz would know better than I do. So, Mr. Brodowitz, we have, when is that set for? 9:30? No, let me finish writing in these and then I'll.
I'm not sure.
One fire at a time.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. However, I will say, I thought she was just so I think she's done this, but it's kind of hard to tell.
0-3. That's all right.
If you have to, yeah. Just go come back.
0-3.
Okay. Fair enough.
0-3.
I know it's like it's true. No, I think that turned out to be
Mr. Samorski, you're here on the Holbrook matter?
Correct, Your Honor, and I apologize. I just emailed Ms. Holden, and if it was scheduled to be in person, I had it by Zoom, so I apologize.
All right.
To be there, but my client
Mr. Brodowitz, is the Holbrook matter going to be a plea, and there's also a PA 53 contempt?
I believe so, Your Honor. I believe the reason we set this for a plea hearing is because there was some issue whether the complaining victim needed to be present for that plea.
Okay.
I know Mr. Stevens from my office has had contact with her. I don't believe the complaining victim would be necessary for the plea.
All right.
However, I would just like a brief moment before we go on the record with that one to check with my office and make sure.
All right. So, Mr. S'mores, we'll keep you on Zoom. We probably got about 5-6 cases in front of you.
Okay,
So,
very, very well.
all right.
And just that my 2 cents, I know it was scheduled for a plea and immediate sentence was the agreement. And it was actually I who raised the concern that maybe because it was originally an assaultive crime, but it's been reduced to a disorderly. And whatever interpretation of the law is, it's fine. I know this, and the whole idea would have been to give Ms. Robinson notice if she wanted to attend. That's all. And
all right. All right. So we'll keep it on by Zoom, and we've got some. I mean, it's going to be a good little bit before we call the case.
very well. And I apologize if I was
Right.
supposed to be there in person.
No worries.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Ms. Robinson, what case did you want to go on?
Mr. Jones?
Mr. Jones. All right, we might have to, I have a note here making sure that we have the right Mr. Jones in this. So we're on the record in docket 23-01682. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Edmund Demetrius Jones. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jeff Brodowitz on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Aaron Robinson, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Jones.
And sir, you are Edmund Demetrius Jones?
Correct, sir.
All right. And I want to confirm that there's, and that Edwin Demetrius Jones, date of birth 8/13/1989.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, this is the time set for a final pretrial today. Mr. Brodowitz, how are we proceeding?
Yes, Your Honor, at this time, the people have subpoenaed witnesses. I've called the hallway in the courtroom, and those witnesses have failed to appear, so the people would be unable to proceed at this time.
And we would make a motion to dismiss, Judge.
All right. All right, based on the people's inability to go forward today, for witnesses failure to appear. Okay, and the motions, defense's motion to dismiss. Now, Mr. Brodowitz, have you had any contact with the complaining witness in this case?
I have not.
All right. All right, I will sign Nolly. Sir, what that means, Mr. Jones, is this is dismissed without prejudice, which means the people may reissue if they choose to, but for our purposes today, the case is dismissed. All right, sir? Anything else for the record in docket 23-01682, Mr. Brodowitz?
Nothing from the people.
Ms.
Your Honor.
Robinson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, Mr. Jones, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
No, that's it.
And contact with Mr. Shabbat.
They have to reset that.
He's in custody, isn't he?
It's the one that's in a different county.
Oh, yeah,
They
that's
didn't-
right.
They didn't have enough time to do the writ, so they got to reset.
Oh, we're resetting Shabbat's. Okay, well then, if I can have, can we do that?
So are we ready on Lunsford?
Yes.
All right.
And
Steenbeck?
yes.
Okay. So we're on the record in docket 23-0105. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Stephen Lunsford. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jeff Brodowitz on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Mr. Lunsford, who is standing to my right.
And sir, you are Stephen Lunsford?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a final pretrial today. Mr. Brodowitz, how are we proceeding?
Yes, Your Honor, it is my understanding after conversations with the defense that at this time, the defendant will be pleading to an added count 2 of trespass. which. I apologize.
And under this, is that under the state statute? Because I think that's 30 days and $250 if I'm correct.
For state, correct?
Right.
Yes, Your Honor. It would be under the state statute, which is PAC code 750.552. And that would be upon conversation, that would be a no contest plea with a killabrew to fines and costs only in this matter.
No contest plea. It's 30 days ultimately and $250. And then there's a killabrew of fines and costs. Ms. Sutter, is that a correct statement? And this is a no contest plea to trespass pursuant to the state statute of 750.552. That is 30 days or $250 is the ultimate penalty. There's a killabrew agreement of fines and costs. And I'm assuming that's immediate sentencing.
Correct, Your Honor, on all counts.
All right. What is the court going to use for the factual basis?
If the court is willing, I actually happen to have a physical copy on me.
That's
If I could
perfect.
give this to you instead of the email. Yes, we got from you.
That
May I
probably,
approach, Your Honor?
that probably works better than waiting for the email.
Yeah, I realized I'd print off a copy, so I thought I'd just do that instead.
While she's handing that to you, Aaron, just to clarify, that would be upon successful plea, it would be a dismiss of count one. as well.
Dismiss count one, which is the underlying B&E
Yes, Your Honor.
misdemeanor. Yes, this is added count two. All right, so Mr. Lunsford, you have several in your no contest plea. You have this is a misdemeanor. It is punishable ultimately by 30 days in jail or $250 fine. There is a killabrew of fines and costs only. So if I was to deviate from that $30, the 30 days, $250, and give you something other than fines and costs today, you could withdraw your plea. Do you understand that? All right. I'm going to walk you through since you're pleading to a misdemeanor, I'm going to walk you through your advice of rights for the misdemeanor. This is a no contest plea, and I have a factual basis from the police report. But it's my understanding you have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have the witnesses appear against you appear at trial, to question those witnesses against you. You are, of course, represented by Public Defender Lauren Sutter, and she would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought by the people in this case. Do you understand that, sir? Yes, sir. You have the right to have the court order any witnesses appear in your defense to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what we discussed or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'd be also giving up any trial rights. Since you won't have a trial, you'll be pleading no contest. Is it your intention today to plead no contest to the allegations in this case? Correct. All right. And Mr. Brodowitz, I'm looking at, in order the factual basis of no contest plea that Ms. Sutter shared with me, and that's case number 235-190-2835, which appears to be the LPD police report from the incident. Is that correct?
I believe so.
All right. All right, so let me review that briefly. I do have a date of April 24th, 2023. Let's see if that lines up. Oh, I see. Okay. So I do have a date of March 29th, 2023. And is the factual basis going to be the actual charge or the amended trespass?
The amended trespass,
Okay.
Your Honor, although I think either would.
Either would suffice? Okay. And the purpose for the no contest plea would be lack of memory on the situation.
It'd be civil liability, Your Honor.
Civil liability, all right. All right, I have on March 29th, 2023, at the offense location of 2904 Hillcrest in the city of Lansing, Union County, that there was a discussion between Mr. Lunsford and the person who was located at 2904 Hillcrest, Lansing. It appears that Mr. Lunsford went over to the house and went inside the house without the permission of the owner of the house, 2904 Hillcrest Street, City of Lansing, which would indicate the trespassing factual basis. Any questions concerning the no contest plea, Mr. Brodowitz?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor.
Miss Sutter.
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right. I find the factual basis for the no contest to trespass to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. I will accept the Killebrew agreement as indicated to fines and costs only concerning the misdemeanor charge. And I will issue a $100 fine and a $100 cost. Ms. Sutter, does your client need some time to make that payment to the city of Lansing?
Your Honor, if you could give him 3 months to make payments.
All right, so, and then state mandated fees, I forgot those. So $75 and $50 for State and Crime Victims' Rights Act. Almost forgot about those.
That's okay, Your Honor.
Okay, it's just saying.
125, so it's 325. So I'll give you 90 days on that, since we're looking at a $325 sum. Give me a date 90 days out. September 25th.
Yes, well, you're off one.
CBR and state. So what that means, sir, is that as long as the 325 is paid off by September 25th, you can set up your own, you can give them $25 a month, $50, however you want. But as long as everything's paid by September 25th, you'll be all set, okay?
No problem.
All right. Anything else for the record in docket 2301-505, Mr. Brodowitz?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor.
Ms. Sutter?
Nothing further.
All right, I'll return the no contest, the factual basis
Thank
police
you.
report. And Mr. Lunsford, you should be all set, okay?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And did you want to go on Steenbeck?
Yeah, we can do that one really quick, Your Honor. And then if I can request, after we do stand back, if we could put Shabazz on the record.
Sure.
We do have an officer here on the page that I would like to get back out on.
All right, so Mr. Brodowitz, this is the time set for a final pretrial in the matter. How are we proceeding?
Yes, Your Honor, as you stated, today's the date and time set for final pretrial. The people have subpoenaed witnesses. However, the complaining victim in this matter is not here today. I did have contact with him yesterday. He had a family member who was going in for a medical procedure that he needed to be present for at the same time as this hearing and could not miss. So with that, I would say the people, the victim has not appeared today, so people would be unable to proceed today. However, I have had contact with the victim.
So the victim indicated to you that he's unable to proceed because he's elsewhere in some avoidable contact or.
Yeah, so an unavoidable medical procedure involving a family member. I will just leave it at that for discretion's sake, I guess.
All right, Ms. Sutter, response.
Yes, Your Honor. My understanding is the witnesses were subpoenaed today. I understand there might be an issue here, but Ms. Steenbeck appeared upon order and the complaining witness in this did not. So I would ask for the case to, or the court to dismiss this case today as the state is unable to proceed.
All right. What I'm going to do is we're going to leave it on for jury trial. And what we're going to do is require the complaining victim, because I'm assuming we're talking about, to provide medical documentation when he comes next, indicating this is the reason why he missed. If he's not able to provide some medical documentation, that would be a problem for the fail to appear today. If he is able to provide medical documentation, we'll leave on for jury trial. Okay, so we'll leave on for jury trial because this was the final pretrial. What's their next jury trial date?
She's scheduled for
July 18th. Of course, I wrote that down wrong. July 18th at 8 a.m. We will need medical documentation from the complaining victim concerning the fail to appear today. He indicated that there's a reason why he failed to appear, and I just wanted to have that confirmed. So we'll leave it on for July 18th. Anything else for the record in docket 2301-473, Mr. Brodowitz?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor.
Ms. Sutter, anything else?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Steenbeck, we'll see you on July 18th at 8 a.m. Okay, ma'am? All right, thank you. Then you wanted to put Shabazz on the record, right?
Yes.
Yeah, thanks.
This is the one we have to reset, I think.
Yes.
Does that sound right? All right, so we're on the record in docket 22011000. I'm sorry. We're on the record in docket 23000188, 22000977, and the accompanying PA 53 violation. Would counsel make their appearances for the record?
Jeff Brodowitz on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Aaron Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. Shabazz.
And it's my understanding today that Mr. Shabazz needs to be writ out. So Mr. Brodowitz is in a new location. So Mr. Brodowitz, how are we proceeding?
Yes, Your Honor, being as the defendant needs, I'm not exactly sure, I would need the defense to say where, but as the defendant needs to be writ out, I believe an adjournment in this matter would be appropriate.
All right. Is that your understanding, Ms. Robinson?
It is.
Where is he? So D needs to be writ out of Oakland County. Oakland County. So we will adjourn this pre-trial date to. No, I don't think we know. Ms. Robinson, do you know how long he's in Oakland County?
I don't.
I don't think any of us know. So so we can set it for a final pre-trial on July 18th at 8:30. Final pretrial, July 18th at 8:30. At 8:30, and we will have him writ out of Oakland County, assuming he's still there on that date. If not, we'll try to find him. Anything else for the record in dockets 230188 or 22000977, Mr. Brodowitz?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else from the defense, Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. That's all for the record on both of those files.
And I'm also ready on Fadley and Stick.
All right. Let's go on Mr. Fadley, Robert Fadley.
Well, I'm also ready on Lehar too. He's back. So.
Okay, on Stitt, who's on Turb?
I am, Your Honor. He is ready to go.
All right. So let's do, you said Stitt, right?
Yes.
Yeah, let's go ahead and call Mr. Stitt first.
You want to come on up?
All right, so we're on the record in docket 21-02246. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Avani Stitt. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jeff Brodowitz on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Aaron Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for and
And ma'am, you are Avani Stitt? Yes. All right. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Brodowitz, how are we proceeding?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the people have made an offer for the defendant to plead to an added count 2 of malicious destruction of property less than 200 with an agreement to pay restitution. And then the people would have no objection to HYTA status if the defendant is eligible for that.
Okay. Ms. Robinson, how are we proceeding?
we'd set this case for final pretrial and jury trial. Please.
So the final pretrial is set July 18th at 8:30. And jury trial set for August 1st at 8 a.m. So we have final pretrial set at July 18th at 8:30 and jury trial set at August 1st at 8 a.m. Anything else for the record in docket 21-02246, Mr. Brodowitz?
Nothing from the people.
Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, Ms. Stitt, please keep in contact with your attorney, Aaron Robinson. We'll see you on that July 18th at 8:30 date, okay, ma'am? Then we can go on Fadley and then Turbin, right?
Yes.
Okay. Fadley. Turbin. All right, Mr. Fadley, we'll call your case. This is docket 23-01741. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Robert Fadley. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jeff Brodowitz on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Aaron Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. Fadley.
All right, this is the time, and sir, you are Robert Fadley?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you can hear me all right, Mr. Fadley?
Yes, sir.
All right, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Brodowitz, how are we proceeding?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the people have made an offer for the defendant to plead as charged to count 1, domestic violence with 76948 if eligible.
And Ms. Robinson, how are we proceeding?
We'll be setting this for final pretrial and jury trial, please.
So the final pretrial is set for July 18th at 8:30 and August 1st at 8. All right, so Mr. Fadley, keep in contact with your attorney, Aaron Robinson. Your final pretrial is set for July 18th at 8:30 and your jury trial is set for August 1st at 8 a.m. Any questions concerning 23-01741, Mr. Brodowitz?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor.
Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, Mr. Fadley, you're all set for both of those dates.
Okay, thank you.
You're free to leave the Zoom courtroom. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
Then we'll do Mr. Turbin. So we're on the record in docket 23-00721. That's People of the State of Michigan versus Dustin Turbin. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jeff Brodowitz on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Mr. Turbin, who joins us via Zoom.
And sir, you are Dustin Turbin?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you can hear me all right, Mr. Turbin?
Yes, sir.
All right, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Brodowitz, how are we proceeding?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, I believe the parties will ask that this be adjourned for just a brief period. I would assume the defense would ask for 30 days. In conversations with Ms. Sutter, this was originally adjourned for the defendant to get his original birth certificate in order to get his license to be in compliance. After conversations with Ms. Sutter, she has told me that Mr. Turbin has gotten his birth certificate, has taken the necessary classes, and is just waiting for the permit, has passed those classes and is waiting for the permit to come in the mail.
Okay.
And so it would be simply adjourned for him to get the permit, at which case I think the people would then be satisfied with compliance and we could dismiss this.
All right, so he's waiting for the certificate.
Right, Your Honor. I don't know that 30 days is necessary. I appreciate the length of time there. I understand the court's concern about time. Maybe 2 weeks. He has taken the test, so he's just waiting for the USPS to catch up with him.
So let's see what's available for our purposes, with the understanding that Mr. Brodowitz, if you get from Ms. Sutter any information concerning compliance, we can take it off the docket.
Yeah, absolutely, Your Honor.
So we're really at a control date now.
Yeah.
Right.
There's no hurry. So we'll set it for July 25th at 10:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, it's going, I think.
And just for, I suppose, my scheduling sake, what am I calling that hearing? Is that another pretrial, Your Honor? Or-
Yeah, let's call it another, we'll call it another pretrial. I have a pretrial control date, so.
Thank you very much.
So, Mr. Turbin, with the understanding that you're just waiting for some paperwork to come through, we're gonna
Yes,
set
sir.
this for July 25th at 10:30, all right?
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Sutter, please keep in contact with your attorney, Ms. Sutter, concerning any paperwork. If it comes before then, we probably can remove that from the docket, all right, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, anything else for the record? Docket 23-00721, Mr. Brodowitz.
Nothing from the people.
Ms. Sutter?
Nothing, Your Honor.
All
Thank
right,
you.
we're all set, thank you. You're all set, Mr. Turbin, thank you for your appearance.
Thank you, sir.
And I see Ms. Brown Smith has joined us. May I be put into a breakout room?
Yeah.
Thank you. I think I still might be hanging out.
You are,
More left, just losing.
so what room are you gonna put Miss Sutter in with Miss Brown Smith? All right, so Miss Brown Smith, I'm gonna place you in room 2 with your public defender, all right, ma'am?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Who's gonna be here? All right, so we're on the record in docket 22-01100. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Pedro Miguel Leja. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jeff Brodowitz on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Erin Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. Leha.
This is the time set. I have it for a deferred sentencing. Let's see.
Yes, Your Honor, she's set to be dismissed today
All right.
after the deferred sentence completion.
So on January 17th, it was pled to the ticket with a deferred sentence. If no further tickets are issued, the case will be dismissed and there was no restitution. Is that your understanding, Mr. Brodowitz?
It is, Your Honor.
All right. And so do the people have an objection to the deferred sentence and the case being dismissed at this time?
People have no objection.
So I think this is on a ticket, isn't it? Or is this on a warrant? It's on a ticket. All right. What's that? I've got it on a ticket.
Yeah, but it's the first sentence. We are- I to it now.
All right, so
Nobody's still pending.
all right, so per the deferred sentence and no objection by the prosecutor, the case is dismissed. Without sentencing. All right, so Mr. Ladd, due to the deferred sentencing, the request for the prosecutor and defense, the case will be dismissed if no further tickets are issued. None were issued, so the case is dismissed today. All right, sir? Anything else for the record docket 22-01100, Mr. Brodowitz?
Nothing.
Ms. Robinson?
Your Honor, thank
All
you.
right, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
I will be right back, Your Honor.
All right. We'll move some cases. So Brown. Have to go on Fox eventually. This afternoon?
Actually, in the morning.
Okay.
Because of
Oh, is
the
that
trial.
Blick?
Yeah, they needed a quick turnaround date because we didn't have anything in the magistrate said.
Who's he represented by?
I don't know who answered.
Has he been arraigned?
He's gonna-
All right, let's wait for. How much time does he have in on? How?
We're gonna rain at 6:22.
6:22
So that's Thursday.
Thursday.
He's got mine.
Ask him if he wants to, a lawyer.
He did request one at arraignment, 6:22. But that quick turnaround, I don't know if that's a part of this office had a chance to do anything with it.
So are
It's
you,
also not public.
so are you guys?
I called my office so we can get Mr. Colebrook and Mr. Samoris taken care of.
All right, and then we have Mr. Griffin Ruiz here also, who's not represented by counsel.
Not that we can see.
No, Mr. Childress.
He's connected now?
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Childress, you're connected now. Stand by. We have a couple cases to go in front of you, and then we'll call your case, all right?
Okay.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 23-01154. That's People of the State of Michigan versus Deshara Brown Smith.
Oh, we're not.
Oh, yeah. There's that.
We're starting the party early.
Yeah.
We're good.
So we're on the record in docket 23-01154. People of the State of Michigan versus Deshara Brown Smith. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jeff Brodowitz on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter, on behalf of Ms. Brown Smith, who joins us via Zoom.
Ma'am, you are Deshara Brown Smith. You'll have to unmute yourself, Ms. Smith.
Yes.
All right. This is the time set, and you can hear me all right, ma'am?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
All right. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Brodowitz, how are we proceeding?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, after conversations with the defense, this was originally adjourned for compliance purposes. And after conversations with Ms. Sutter, it appears that Ms. Brown Smith has a driving test set for July 6th in order to obtain her license, at which point, if she were to pass, all the public defender's office would be to provide the prosecutor's office proof of compliance and that she has passed and has gotten a license. And we would then file a nollie in this case to dismiss for compliance. So I guess at this point, we'd be asking for a control date later in the month of July in order for
something past the 5th. The 5th is the driving test. And
The
then,
6th, Your Honor, yes.
Yeah, the 6th. And then so something at the end of July, I would think, or.
Yes, I'm hoping we could have it done earlier than as soon as she passes, but I understand the court scheduling in July is a little wonky, for lack of a better word.
For lack of a better word, yeah. So it'd be 2 weeks after July 6th, or maybe 3 weeks after July 6th. July 25th at 10:30.
Thank you.
Again, for schedule, will this be set for the pretrial, Your Honor?
Yeah, I think we'd set it for a pretrial, compliance pretrial. All right, so Ms. Smith, we have set this out after your July 6th date for compliance purposes. It's set for July 25th at 10:30. Please keep in contact with your attorney, Lauren Sutter, provide her with any paperwork you might need to show the assistant prosecutor for that date of July 25th. All right, ma'am?
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, anything else for the record? Docket 23-01154. Mr. Brodowitz.
Nothing from the people, Your Honor.
Ms. Sutter?
Nothing further.
All right, you're all set, Ms. Brown Smith. You're free to leave the Zoom courtroom. Thank you for your appearance today.
You too.
Your Honor, and I think I am available to meet with Mr. Blick now.
So, Mr. Blick, I'm going to place you in a breakout room with your lawyer, public defender Lauren Sutter, to discuss your case. All right, sir?
Thank you very much.
All right.
I will be back to speak to you.
So, Mr. Samoris, we're on the APA is in a breakout room, and then when he gets out, we'll call Holbrook. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Griffin Ruiz, you're unrepresented. So when the APA gets back, we'll call your case. All right.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Childress, I'm going to place you in a breakout room with your public defender, Aaron Robinson, to discuss your case. All right, sir?
Okay.
All right. And Ms. Fox, we're gonna call your case in just a few minutes, all right?
I don't know what just happened.
Well, it wasn't reset before I printed it off, so, okay.
So let's go on Mr. Holbrook.
Yes.
So I believe we're ready to go. Let me find the file. There we go. I believe we're ready to go on Mr. Holbrook. So we're on the record in docket 23-01356. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Timothy Holbrook. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jeff Brodowitz on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Peter S'mores here on behalf of the defendant, who is with me, physically next to me, and of course, we are present via Zoom.
All right, sir, you are Timothy Holbrook?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and you can hear me all right, Mr. Holbrook?
Yes, sir.
All right, this is the time set. I have a time set for a plea. We also have a companion PA 53 violation. Mr. Brodowitz, how are we proceeding today?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, and as I will just indicate for the record, I did just speak with Mr. Stevens, APA Stevens over at my office. And it is our understanding that even with the plea down, that the defendant or the victim does not need to be present for the plea. So we are ready to proceed. And I believe that would be a plea to and at least on this file, I think it would be an added count 3 of, I believe, disorderly person jostling is what. I guess I defer to Mr. S'mores on the exact when we bantered between a disturbing the peace and a disorderly jostling.
All right, so that'd be an added count 3. Mr. S'mores, what's your understanding of the plea offer?
Yes, Your Honor. On June 6th, I believe we placed it on the record as well, that my client would be pleading, it was my understanding he'd be pleading no contest to disturbing the peace. Really, but more importantly, that it would be an immediate sentencing today. At the very end of that hearing, it was mentioned about a PA 53, but I don't know if the people are dismissing that because but anyway, he would deny any sort of guilt on a bond violation. He has not been at the residence, is my understanding.
All right.
Your Honor, for the record, just to clarify after that was, and the people have no, if that's the offer, as Mr. S'mores remembers it, I have no reason to doubt that, and the people will be fine with that offer. Also, the people would be, and just so I get the right language here, being as it is a bond violation, it's a violation of the court's order. It would be up to the court to dismiss that, but the people would recommend dismissing it, and the people would opt to not move forward on that PA 53 violation upon successful.
And the disturbing the peace is that a 90-day and or 500 fine? Is that my understanding, Mr. S'mores?
That's my understanding as well, Your Honor.
All right. Do you have just for clarification, do we have a PAC code for that disturbing the peace?
Yes, Your Honor, that would be 750.170.
170. And there's no objection to immediate sentencing, is that correct?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. And then along with that, it's my understanding, the people are recommending that the PA 53 be dismissed as part of that. Is that correct? Is that your understanding, Mr. S'mores?
Yes, Your Honor, that's fair to say.
Okay. What is the court going to use for a factual basis for the no contest plea to the disturbing the peace? I do have,
If legally possible, Your Honor, I was going to suggest if the court could take notice of the preliminary examination, or if it's more feasible, I could easily send a police report, but I know.
yeah, I imagine the police report, is that case number 2351903883890? Because that's the initial, that's what the original preliminary examination was based on. This came out of a prelim that was held over, that the initial GBH was dismissed, and then we just set it for pretrial on the current DV. I think that if that's the police report, or I can use my understanding of the testimony at the preliminary examination. Either one would suffice as long as both counsel agree to it.
We would agree, Your Honor, and for the record, I have and forgive me if I'm being redundant. The original case number that I have is 23-01356, and because it was originally charged as a felony, FY was the suffix at the end.
All right, I have a little different number, but let me see.
That was the number I had as well, Your Honor.
Which one is that? Say that again.
01356, I believe is what it was. Yes, 23-01356 FY.
Yeah, that's the file number.
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
So yeah.
So I can take judicial notice of, Mr. S'mores, may I inquire of your advice of rights of your client concerning the misdemeanor disturbing the peace, and then I'll indicate for the record what we're using as a factual basis.
Thank you.
All right. So I'll go ahead and make the inquiry. So, sir, Mr. Holbrook, you understand that in this misdemeanor file, you're pleading to a disturbing the peace. It's an immediate sentencing. There's no objection. It's a 90-day misdemeanor under $500 pursuant to 750.170. You understand that's the ultimate penalty the court could proceed on if I do not follow the immediate sentencing recommendation. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you, of course, would have the right to withdraw your plea if I chose not to do an immediate sentencing or anything along those lines. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
All right. In this misdemeanor plea, you have certain advice of rights, this no contest plea, and I'll walk you through those rights. You have the right to be tried by a jury. You have the right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty. You have the right to have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty. You have the right to have witnesses against you appear at trial. You have the right to question those witnesses against you. You, of course, are represented by defense lawyer Peter S'mores. He would be present to cross-examine any witnesses and contest any charges brought against you. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
Okay. You have the right to have the court order any witnesses appear in your defense. You have the right to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your no contest plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim that the no contest plea was a result of any promises or threats other than what we've already discussed. Is that your understanding, sir?
Yes, sir, it is.
If you also plead no contest to this, you'll be giving up the right to appeal anything from a trial, since you are going to plead no contest to this. Is it my understanding it's your intent to plead no contest and waive your rights today?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to indicate for the record, based on my notes, that I did on file 23-01356, the testimony was taken concerning this matter, that the victim in the case indicated, and I'll state that for the record, that was Alma Joyce Robinson, was the person that she indicated that there was at least a disturbing of the peace, if not a full, some type of, according to her testimony, offensive touching. But I do believe that it suffices for a disturbance of the peace on April 29, 2023, at the offense location of 2802 South Washington Avenue, City of Lansing, Ingham County. That testimony was taken on May 26, 2023. I believe that suffices in regards to the no contest plea. Mr. S'mores, the purpose of the no contest plea, I would assume is civil liability?
Correct, Your Honor.
All right, any questions concerning the factual basis of the disturbing the peace in regards to the no contest? Mr. Brodowitz.
Nothing from the people here.
Mr. S'mores, anything regarding the no contest plea on disturbing the peace?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I find the no contest plea to be accurate as to the factual basis. I will proceed to immediate sentencing, which abides by the agreement by counsel. And I can't forget about the crime victims' rights of the state. Yeah. So we will set the fines at 150 and costs at 150. I have a crime victims' rights fee of 75 and a state fee of $50 that I cannot waive. So that is a grand total of $425 to be paid to the city of Lansing. Mr. S'mores, does your client need some time in order to pay that to the city of Lansing?
Yeah, I could do that sometime today.
Thank you, Mr. Holbrook. Mr. Holbrook just indicated to me that he'd be able to pay that today if need be, whether it's online or it might be easier for him to one person. He's not the most computer savvy person in the world. And
all right,
that's why he's with me here.
Let's do it by the end of the week then. So he can get here and do it in person. So we'll make it so the $425 to be paid by June 30th at 4 o'clock.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And that'll give him some time to get here so he can get here, and if it's more comfortable to pay online for him. All right, so Mr. Holbrook, just make sure that that entire amount is paid by the end of the week, June 30th. All right, sir?
Thank you. I appreciate that, and it will be done. Yep.
All right. Anything else for the record in docket 2301356, Mr. Brodowitz?
Nothing from the people here.
Mr. S'mores, anything else?
Just briefly, Your Honor, and this is mainly for my client's benefit. He has initiated.
Oh, you're absolutely right on the PA 53. Yep. So the court at the request, first of all, you're absolutely right. You want to make sure to clean that up. So at the request of the prosecuting attorney's no objection, I'm going to dismiss the current PA 53 by the court, which is the current PA 53 violation. I had the opportunity, I'm somewhat familiar with this case, so I'm going to dismiss the PA 53 violation with no objection from the people.
Thank you.
Anything else on record 2301356, Mr. S'mores?
Just briefly to state, Your Honor, that my client has initiated a landlord-tenant proceeding, basically. He is the homeowner where Miss Robinson lives. Service has been made. He did receive a text from Miss Robinson on June 18th, to which he did not respond, indicating that she left the house and that she left the keys in the garage. Since the court no longer has jurisdiction over Mr. Holbrook, and it's my understanding that there is no other PPO, or if there is, he'll deal with that. But I just wanted to make that clear that he may be returning to his house, or at the very least, having a process server over there. There's a hearing on that August 2nd. She was already served with the notice, but as I just indicated,
all right.
And I also just point out for the record that Mr. Holbrook did receive 2 days jail, I think, on this. That's all.
All right. All right. And Mr. Holbrook, just to protect yourself, I don't know when that last contact, but you want to make sure that this is all purged from the computer system before you get a process server, go back there. It usually takes a day or two to purge it from the computer system. Because Mr. S'mores is correct. As of today, I don't have jurisdiction over you, but I'd let it sit for a day or two just to make sure it's not still in the computer. Okay, sir?
As far as returning to my home,
order's still out there, and you want it purged from the system before it's just to protect yourself, really.
Absolutely.
And I don't know, and I'm not sure if Mr. Brodowitz would have this answer, but I'm not sure if there's a PPO that sometimes there's a PPO in these cases that accompanies the no contact provision.
Yeah,
it's redundant,
I do not know There was the PA 53 that was dismissed. Mr. Brodowitz, are you aware of a pending personal protection order?
I am not aware at this time of
Yeah.
the pending personal protection order, but I can certainly look into it this afternoon and hopefully send Mr. S'mores an email with that answer.
I don't. So Mr. Brodowitz says he can contact you. I don't have any indication that there was a pending PPO in my file, but the PA 53 has been dismissed as part of this.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. That's all for the record, docket 2301356. Thank you for your appearance today, Mr. Holbrook and Mr. S'mores.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Robinson, you still look like you're suffering a little bit. Are you ready on Mr. Childress?
Yes.
All right, let's go on Childress. All right, Mr. Childress, we're on the record in docket 2202910. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Javian Childress. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jeff Brodowitz on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Aaron Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. Childress.
And sir, you are Javian Childress or Javian Childress?
Javian, yes.
Okay, thank you. And you can hear me. You can hear me all right, Mr. Childress?
Yes, sir.
All right. This is time set for a pretrial on this matter. Mr. Brodowitz, how are we proceeding?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the people have made an offer that if Mr. Childress would provide compliance for this, the people would move to dismiss the ticket for compliance. I have not yet received compliance, but I would leave it to the defense. I assume we're just going to set this out.
All right. Ms. Robinson?
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct. We request a 30-day reset, please.
30-day adjournment for compliance. July 25th at 8:30, 10:30. All right, so Mr. Childress, we've set this out to July 25th at 10:30. Any paperwork that you may have concerning July 25th date concerning compliance, make sure that you share with Ms. Robinson, all right? Aaron Robinson, your public defender, all right?
Okay.
All right. So we've set it out for July 25th at 10:30. Anything else for the record? Docket 2202910, Mr. Brodowitz.
No. People, Your Honor.
Ms. Robinson.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, Mr. Childress, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Yep, you're welcome. You have a good one.
You too. Which ones do you want to go? So we're on the record in docket 2201896. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Leah Fox. Will the parties please introduce themselves to the record?
Jeff Brodowitz on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
And ma'am, you are Leah Fox, is that correct?
Fox, yes.
All right, and I have you as pro per today, so you're not represented by counsel, is that correct? All right, this is the time set for pretrial on domestic violence. As I indicated previously in the matter concerning this, it's my understanding the city attorney is filing a packet concerning forensic valuation in this matter. And that was being filed. That was a pro per hold, I believe, that was a PR hold on that. Yeah, so that was a PR bond. Mr. Brodowitz, how are we proceeding on this file?
At this time, Your Honor, the people would ask, I guess, for an adjournment of this file so that they can get in touch with the city attorney's office to find out what the status of that is and to see if you could be joining in on that, that forensic evaluation pack.
I have no PR. That's what your note says.
That's just your plan, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's I.
Yeah, no, yeah, I just
Okay.
saw it. So. Okay, so we're good.
All right, so Ms. Fox, the city attorney is going to file a packet, and the people in this case are also going to touch base with the city attorney concerning that same packet for psych evaluation concerning you. So we're adjourning this out to final pretrial, I would just assume for now. So we'll set it for July 18th at 8:30.
Where am I gonna be on July? Am I going to the mental hospital or something?
But you have a PR bond on yesterday's file. On this bond, the judge did set a bond. Judge Buchanan set a 5,000 cash surety. So you're just awaiting your final pretrial on this case.
Do I gonna need to get a doctor to get a psych eval or something?
You do, and that's what both the city attorney and the prosecutor are going to be looking at. Is they have to get an order and they have to fill out a packet. Hopefully that could be done before the July 18th date.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Anything else for the record in 22-01-896, Mr. Brodowitz?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Fox, you're all set. Hopefully that packet's all set and done by July 18th.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mr. Griffin Ruiz, you're going to get a prompt to go to a breakout room to meet with the APA.
Okay, I
So
got
you
it right
should go to room 1. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Hello? I think they forgot about me.
What in the? What happened? Get your ass outside. Yeah. Let's go.
It's like a beautiful day. Summer in Michigan. I miss the whole freaking summer. Very nice people are discussing my potential future. I wonder what they think. I just want to swallow my tongue.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 23-01495. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Jose Griffin Ruiz. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jeff Brodowitz on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Sir, you'll have to unmute yourself.
Okay, here we go. Here you are. Here I am.
All right. And sir, you are Jose Griffin Ruiz?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, this is the time set for a pre-trial on this matter. Mr. Brodowitz, how are we proceeding?
Yes, Your Honor. As you stated, today's the date and time set for pre-trial. The people have extended an offer to Mr. Griffin Ruiz that if he would provide compliance, that the people would move to dismiss the ticket for that compliance. He has provided me, when I met with him briefly earlier, a copy of the dog license, and I will just put on the record that while the dog that was unlicensed is under the name Chapo, spelled C-H-A-P-O, he showed me proof that his vet had on the vet records had misspelled it. I believe Chato. I believe it was C-H-O-T-T-O,
All right.
and that was the same name that was on the license. But I believe that that would be the same dog, and so the people would move at this time to dismiss the ticket for compliance.
All right, thank you. So the defendant has provided compliance of license. This is a ticket, and so people move to dismiss without prejudice. And that is granted. Dismissed without prejudice. All right, so Mr. Griffin Ruiz, you've provided compliance indicating that the dog has been licensed, so you should be all set. The case is dismissed today. All right, sir?
Okay, I appreciate you.
All right. Thank you for your appearance today. You're free to leave the Zoom courtroom.
Yes, sir. Enjoy the rest of you guys' day. Thank you.
You too. Did you want to call some of these earlier cases?
I think we're good on. I think we can go on Soto, Your Honor. But then I believe Ms. Guyton is Ms. Sutter's.
All right, so Soto's here, right? Or so we're ready to go on Soto? All right. So we're on the record in docket 22-00036. That's people, the state of Michigan versus Jaime Soto. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jeff Brodowitz on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Aaron Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. Soto.
And this is the time set for a pre-trial in the matter. Was scheduled for 9 o'clock. It is now 11:08. It would appear that the defendant has failed to appear for the pre-trial. Mr. Brodowitz, how are we proceeding?
Yes, Your Honor, at this time, as the defendant has failed to appear, the people would ask that a bench warrant be issued and bond.
All right, thank you. Ms. Robinson?
We'd ask for a 48-hour hold.
Because let me see the nature of this. I have placed it's domestic violence. I did place her a 48-hour hold on the previous fail to appear, and then he's got a final pretrial FTA bench warrant bond forfeiture out of September 12th. So the bench warrant and bond forfeiture is issued. Anything else for the record in docket 22-00036, Mr. Brodowitz?
Nothing.
Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. That's all for the record in that file. And then, how about Guyton? I have her in jail.
I was speaking about that with Mr. Brodowitz earlier. I thought she'd been released. Tara Nickel of our office thinks she hadn't been, and I'm having a hard time figuring out online which one is true.
She's not in the Lansing jail. Is she in Ingham County?
No, she's not an ICJ.
She's not an ICJ?
And I was having a hard time finding on my internet search whether or not she's been transferred somewhere or something else is going on. So I don't know whether she's been released or not. I don't have a great answer there.
Your Honor, give me just 1 second.
They're both traffic, so we could do it.
I think Mr. Brodowitz
48-hour hold.
Yeah, if you give me just 1 second,
All right.
Your Honor.
But yes, they are both. They are traffic issues.
Both.
So, this one is very old, so never mind. Never mind down that guy.
Court mission. So yeah, Your Honor, I don't think either of us really
Know where she is. All right.
confident in any answer there.
So we're on the record in docket 20-03637. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Maya Guyton. Just set for final pretrial today. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jeff Brodowitz on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Ms. Gayton. I do not believe she is present. However, at this time, I don't know if that's because she's in custody or not.
All right, so it's the court understanding that there's no information. She's not in the Union County Jail. She's not incarcerated by us. I don't know if she's been writ out of another jail or if she's in another jail, but it appears she's not in Ingham County. Mr. Brodowitz, how did you want to proceed today?
Is on this file, Your Honor, the people, as the defendant has failed to appear, and this has been adjourned, I believe, a couple of times for compliance. The people would ask that a bench warrant be issued and any bond be forfeited. In this matter, however, I guess the people would not object to, and I assume the defense would motion for a 48-hour hold. The people would not object to that if, as no one is quite sure where she is at this time. If there's information that comes out that she is currently incarcerated and need somewhere else and need to be writ out, the people would have no objection.
All right, Ms. Sutter, your response.
That's correct, Your Honor. I will note the adjournments, as my memory recalls so far, have been because the state is seeking compliance and she has been in custody. It's hard to get compliance with the Secretary of State when you're sitting in jail. So we have adjourned before, and I don't know whether she's in custody elsewhere or if she's been released. So if the court is going to entertain a bench warrant, I would ask that it be with a hold of some kind.
Yeah, well, let's see, 20 November, we've got it. We've got quite the record here from Judge. This dates back all of us, precedes all of us. She was bench warranted with a 48-hour hold on November 23rd, 2021. She was bench warranted with a 48-hour hold by myself on October 31st, 2022. I do have to agree, though, we don't know where she is and she could be incarcerated. But I'm going to bench warrant her again, bench warrant bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold. If Ms. Sutter, you're able to find her, she's got, and we're able to find out where she is, we can writ her out. But I'll once again do a 48-hour hold, mostly because this is traffic. It's a suspended ops. So with that understanding, it's not an assault of crime in any way. So I'll issue a bench warrant bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold. Anything else in the record on docket 20-03637, Mr. Brodowitz?
Just briefly, Your Honor, and that would be to say that yes, Ms. Sutter was correct in that most of these most, if not all of these adjournments were due to her being incarcerated.
All right. Ms. Sutter?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. All right, so that's all for the record, 20-03-637, Ms. Guyton. And then I think I left that on my desk. I think I left Mr. Let's see if I grab that.
Give me a week, 3 weeks. And have the same result.
Yeah.
Or they can disrupt something today.
Yeah.
I don't disagree.
Right, so we're on the record in docket 1903326. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Aaron Blick. This is the time set for a violation of probation hearing. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jeff Brodowitz on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Mr. Blick, who joins us via Zoom.
And sir, you are Aaron Blick?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
All right. And you can hear me all right, Mr. Blick?
Yes, that's correct.
All right.
Yes.
This is the time set for a PV hearing. I did have the chance to talk to counsel in chambers concerning this case. Mr. Brodowitz, how are we proceeding? Or you can defer to Ms. Sutter, who's met with her client.
I would defer to Ms. Sutter on this, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. After our conversation in chambers, I did speak with Mr. Blick, and at this time, he would like to accept responsibility for the violations and proceed in that way.
All right. So let me find the violations.
Very sorry for wasting the court's time, Your Honor.
No, you're fine, Mr. Blick. So I have, based on these are out of November of 19, the violations. They're the positive test violations. Are those the ones we were talking about?
Correct, Your Honor.
All right. So it's my understanding that you were placed on probation by Judge Alderson, and it is your intent. So I'm going to have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do, Your Honor.
All right. It's my understanding that on October 31st, 2019, that you tested positive at Adam on that date for morphine. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
And then on November 12th, 2019, you also tested positive for morphine. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
And then you were to appear for testing on November 22nd, 2019, and November 26th, 2019. And the violation indicates that you failed to appear on both those dates. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
I find the technical violations, although this predates any technical violations, but the three technical violations admitted. Let's see, there was 1, 2, 3, and 4 violations. And we've discussed some of the sentencing aspects in here. Was there anything you wanted to say? Mr. Blick, we kind of lost track of you in 2019. Ms. Sutter, is there anything you want to say on behalf of your client? Or did Mr. Blick want to say anything before the court passed the sentence?
I'll speak just very briefly, Your Honor, and
Okay.
he can if he wants to. During that time, Mr. Blick does express to me that he did have a bit of a crisis in 2019. He was released from, I believe, a weekend in jail, and he thinks during that time he started going through DTs, and that kind of led to a little bit of a collapse in his life where he wasn't really handling DTs very well. He was struggling to figure out how to get through them, how to move on. And so he did, as the court noted, fall a little bit off the map there. However, during that time, he has maintained full-time employment. He was working for Harper Hill Tree Service. At the time, I think that job kind of let off because of COVID, as the court noted. These happened in the very end of 2019. So going into 2020, the world upended for everyone a little bit. He then started working for DoorDash. He has, in the year since then, made over 6,000 deliveries. So you got to be working full-time to make that many. He's remained consistently employed there, making $500 a week. He also has a wife that he's been married to for over 5 years and a 10-year-old stepson who he credits as the light of his life. So between those things, he also credits himself as having become sober and being sober for close to 100 days at this time. And I think the court is fully aware how difficult that can be for a person, and he did it on his own without the support of probation, which I realize is not always ideal, but I think it is a note to his credit that he was able to do that, and he's continuing to do that even when in stressful situations like he currently is. While he's been incarcerated, he hasn't been there for very long, since the 21st, but in that time he's managed to sign himself up for CATS and New Beginnings, and he signed himself up to work with a Christian minister, as he does believe and has been told that that is a good system of network and support for him while he's going through a difficult time, and he seems to fully agree with that, and he's put himself in the best position possible, I think a person can, to set himself up for success. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm correct, there's 9 days credit served, is that correct?
That's what
9
my
days
math
credit?
has, Your Honor. 3 on the original file and then 6 in this past
Described it.
week.
Okay. Mr. Blick, is there anything you want to say to the court before the court passes sentence? I know you had the opportunity to speak with counsel concerning the court sentence. So anything you'd like to say on your behalf?
Just again, that I'm so very sorry for wasting the court's time, and I appreciate everything here today. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Blick. Well, Mr. Blick, you know, you probably know better than anybody that you're probably in a much better place than you were in 2019. And so
Yes, sir.
my tendency on this is to let you start anew, okay? Get back to Arizona where you've got family and put this all behind you and start in that way. So pursuant to discussion with counsel, I'm gonna sentence you to 60 days, credit for 9 days. The credit for 9 days, the probation is unsuccessfully terminated. Although you may be more successful on your own in that regard, but probation's unsuccessfully terminated at this point. And you have a balance due of $500 that I am going to administratively close at this point.
Thank you.
So that
Thank
you can get back to Arizona and you can start fresh. And it sounds like you're on the right path. So I wish you well and hope that you continue that after you serve your time here. All right, sir?
Thank you so very much, Your Honor. I really appreciate that.
All right. Anything else for the record, docket 1903326, Mr. Brodowitz?
Nothing from the people, Your
Ms. Sutter?
Nothing further. Thank
All
you.
right, we're all set. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Let's see.
You can't carry one. When I came in this morning, all our 2 years, dark in there. So I went. Yeah. Should be a way. It should be on hold. It's the accurate thing, but I guys, whatever this light panel health thing is, it should be on that. These lights are controlled. You know, it's funny thing that got me following. And very bad thing that I done.
6-8. People of the State of Michigan versus Tabitha Brittany Davis. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Karen Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Ms. Davis.
All right. And ma'am, you are Tabitha Brittany Davis?
Yes.
All right. This is a time set for a sentence. Mr. Brodowitz, is there any restitution in this matter? I don't have any.
It's an Attorney General case, Your Honor, and there's
I
not.
don't believe it's in my case. Your Honor.
All right. So this is an AG case. All right. So Ms. Robinson, have you had the opportunity to go through the pre-sentence report with your client?
I have,
Any additions, corrections, or deletions?
not at this time.
Right. Allocution, Ms. Robinson.
Yes, Your Honor. We would ask that you follow the recommendation outlined in the pre-sentence investigation form, as well as the Cobb's agreement that was agreed to of a 4-month probation term. This stemmed from an incident in which Ms. Davis had a relapse and was drinking. She's since put that really behind her and has done really well. She's still working at DoorDash and doing good. She's still remaining sober and doing everything that she needs to be doing. So I would ask that you follow that recommendation of the 4 months of probation.
Thank you. Anything you'd like to say to the court before the court passes sentence, Ms. Davis? All right. And you're here on this case, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Assistant Attorney General Phil Jock.
All right. And is there anything you'd like to say to the court before the court passes? Did you have the opportunity to see the judgment of sentence in this matter?
Is myself, Your Honor?
Yep.
There's nothing further I'd like to add.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Well, I find the judgment of sentence to be in line with what the Killebrew was in regards to that. So this is for a guilty plea to count 1, which is the telecommunication service malicious use. It is at this time that the defendant is placed on 4 months probation. I will suspend 20 days in jail upon successful completion of probation. Fines and costs. So that's no upfront jail. That's just making sure you complete your probation. Okay. The fines and costs in this matter would be $250 fines, $250 costs, crime victims' rights fee of $75, a state minimum court cost fee of $50, and a probation of $120, which is $30 a month, for a grand total of $745. Is that right? That doesn't seem right. Let's do that again.
Yeah.
That's 2. I think that's right. I don't know why I'm doubting a calculator. Really doubting myself. $745. Probation for 4 months at $30 as indicated. No contact with the victim, Gretchen Whitmer. Be within 2,000 feet of where the victim lives, works, goes to school without consent of the court. No assaultive or threatening behavior. No use of possession of alcohol, marijuana, or controlled substance. No submission to random submit to random PBTs and/or urinalysis as directed. No bars or nightclubs. I did have the opportunity to see the pre-sentence report and read it. I think that this is full. This mental health counseling is directed and pay fees. Not purchase or possess any firearms, obtain and maintain employment, provide substance abuse assessment within 30 days, and follow the recommendations. Ms. Davis, do you have any questions
I do.
concerning the passing of the sentence of the court?
I do. I have a medical marijuana card.
Right.
Is that okay to use?
It is as part. It is that you're not to submit to random PBTs or urinalysis as directed and pay fees. No use, possession of alcohol, marijuana, or controls without a prescription. I consider the medical marijuana a valid prescription. Okay, so that's actually a good question. Okay, any comment concerning the judgment of sentence, Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right.
I also have another question.
Sure.
When I do the testing, is it okay if I go to a place by like Battle Creek? Because I live all the way in Marshall.
Yeah, so they'll send, like, give you a referral to whatever agency is.
Okay.
closest to
Right.
you, And then you set that up for them.
I would set that up. Just make sure your probation officer knows where your intended testing is
Okay.
supposed to be, okay? And so I would stop by the 5th floor and make sure this is all taken care of, okay? I'm gonna sign the judgment of sentence today, once it's printed, so it looks all neat. But I will indicate for the record that the testing can be at near your place if you live in Battle Creek. Just make sure that it's okay with the probation officer and they understand where you're getting tested, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Anything else for the record in docket 22-01168 from the Attorney General?
Nothing further from me.
All right, Ms. Robinson, anything else?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, that's all for the record. Ms. Davis, good luck to you. Thank you for your
Thank
appearance.
you. So just stop by. No, if there's any problem. All right, thank you. Have a good day. You too.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Have a good day.
You too, Liz.
There's.
Did you?
All set. That was mistakes. Gail, what do you need?
Emergency stay Evan, order of eviction.
All right, come on up and we'll take a look at it.
I just sit down and wait.
Yeah.
Mr. Jackson, can you hear me all right? Yeah, something's not right there. Mr. Jackson, can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir, I can.
Oh, you can. All right, we're gonna put you back in the room. We're just testing your audio. We're gonna put you back in the room with your public defender, all right, sir?
Yes, sir, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And then Mr. Harrington, when we're ready.
Ms. Harrington, yes, and Diamond, I suppose, is ready anytime.
Oh, she's not here.
Right, yeah.
Let's do, we need Mr. Brodowitz here anyway, don't we?
Okay, and then do you want to call Harrington then?
Yeah, we'll do
Okay.
Harrington and then we'll do Diamond.
Thank you.
Take it, Mr. Brodowitz is seeing if his witnesses are here.
I think he went to double check, yeah.
All right. So we'll call Harrington and then if we're ready.
Here, 1 second.
Okay.
Here, but also when she's trying to call in, honestly can't call it, but I received no voicemails, no emails. I'm gonna put that on record, but like I said, received no.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 23-00620. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Angelica Harrington. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jeff Brodowitz on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Ms. Harrington, who's standing to my right.
And ma'am, you are Angelica Harrington. Okay, this is the time set for a set restitution hearing in regards to a plea that was taken on March 28th and it was set for restitution on May 23rd. Mr. Brodowitz, how are we proceeding?
Yes, Your Honor, at this time, I would say the people would be unable to proceed with this restitution hearing. At this point in time, since the restitution hearing was set, I have had no contact with the complaining victim in this case, and I have received no documentation of requests for restitution that I was able to provide Ms. Sutter. I did just have a conversation, this is just to clear up the record, I did just have a conversation with a gentleman in the hallway who was apparently here with Ms. Harrington, but also knows Ms. Beechler, and informed me that she was planning on being here today, but is having car trouble and is on her way. But at the same time that she has allegedly been trying to contact the prosecutor's office, but has received no calls back. However, I have not received, and I am not aware of our office receiving any sort of communication from Ms. Beechler at this time.
All right. Well, the prosecutor is unable to proceed because the witnesses have failed to appear. There's an indication that the victim, at least somebody said that the victim was trying to make contact. Prosecutor's office has no history of that. I will indicate that we go back ways to March. This was set for May 23rd. So there's been 4 or 5 weeks to get in contact with the prosecutor's office. Ms. Sutter, your response to people unable to proceed today.
Yes, Your Honor, I have received no receipts justifying a restitution demand here. My understanding is Mr. Brodowitz has not received any either. I'm a little hesitant to believe that somebody said that somebody said that somebody said as proof of anything. So given that there's no party has any information to proceed on today, I would ask that the matter be settled, no restitution be ordered, and that the sentence imposed several weeks ago stand.
All right. I don't see any reason to prolong this at this time. I don't have anything palpable from the prosecutor's office. I think that we've had plenty of time for the victim to make contact in this matter. The complaining witness made contact. I'm going to order no restitution as a part of the order. People are unable to proceed, and then I'm going to indicate that. So the order stands. The order for JOS stands without restitution being ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else on docket 23-00620, Mr. Brodowitz?
Nothing from the people. Your
All
Honor.
right, Ms. Sutter?
Nothing further, thank you.
All right, Ms. Harrington, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today. Then we'll do Ms. Diamond. So we're on the record in docket 23-00473. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Sharon Diamond. This is the time set for a final pretrial on the matter. Appearances for the record.
Jeff Brodowitz on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Ms. Diamond.
This is the time set for a final pretrial as indicated. It came to my attention earlier that Ms. Diamond had a what she would deem a medical emergency on some level and is then unable to be here. Is that correct, Ms. Sutter?
It is.
All right. So it was the court's ruling, it's the court's preference here to leave it on for jury trial July 18th at 8 o'clock. However, with the understanding that Ms. Diamond provides some medical documentation as to her medical condition for fail to appear, which is pretty standard practice in these matters. And that would avoid any type of bench warrant or bond forfeiture. With a medical ailment, I just want to confirm that that's the reason for the non-appearance. Mr. Brodowitz from the people.
No, nothing from the people, Your Honor. That is a correct statement of what we discussed earlier, and the people would stand by that.
All right, Ms. Sutter.
I would agree with Mr. Brodowitz. That is as we discussed earlier. I suppose the only note I have is I don't know if it makes more sense to treat that July 18th as something like a final pretrial, but I know we've been at that stage before. So
Yeah, let's set it for jury trial and then see what goes from there. So I'm going to indicate that the defendant failed to appear. There was an allegation of medical condition. We have left on for jury trial. And the defendant is to provide medical documentation for their non-appearance. We're treating that as a jury trial. However, if the defendant shows up and does not have medical documentation, we may be placed in, we may be in a show cause type of arena. So I want to make sure Ms. Diamond knows she should bring some medical documentation.
and I'll try my best to get in contact with Your Honor.
All right.
I know she's 74 years old with a documented neurological condition, so and a phone issue right now. So I'll try to make contact with her, but
All
she's
right.
borrowing phones from people right now.
All right. Anything else for the record? Docket 23-00473, Mr. Brodowitz.
Nothing from the people, Your Honor.
Ms. Sutter?
Nothing further.
All right, that's all for the record in that file. It's left on for jury trial on July 18th.
Thank you.
Are you ready on, were you able to be with Jackson?
I wasn't. So every time I went into the breakout room, it muted his end. Like he could still hear me, but I couldn't hear anything that he was saying. So I think I tried it on my phone and the computer, so I'm not sure what's going on.
All right, that's a hearing, right?
Yeah, it's just a probation violation. He's being held in. He's got some out of county warrants. So, I mean, this isn't the only thing that's holding him in.
Right.
I'm hoping maybe we can just do like a short reset.
I don't have a problem with that. I just.
For like a couple, I mean, I don't know if you have any room on your Thursday or Friday docket to just handle it in the morning. I'm sure it's probably. Like
This Thursday and Friday.
This
Thursday we could do, but
Yeah.
next week not. No.
Maybe this Thursday.
As long as it's in the morning, that's fine.
That might be able to give you a chance to talk to him a little bit, or, all right.
8:30 or no. 9:30.
Okay. Does 9:30 work?
Yes.
All right. I don't have that file.
Oh, I have it, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Ms. Robinson handed it back to me. You called the case before I could give it to you, I'm sorry.
No, we're good. All right, so we're on the record in docket 17-04671. That's People of the State of Michigan versus Dominique Jackson. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jeff Radowitz on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Aaron Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. Jackson.
And sir, you are Dominique Jackson?
Yes, sir.
All right. So it's come to our attention that for whatever reason, when we're placing you in the breakout room with the public defender, you go mute, and I don't know why that is. All right, there's some technological that does not allow. So, and you should have the opportunity to speak with counsel concerning the recommendation and what to do today. I think you'd agree with that, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So what we're doing here is we're just going to adjourn this a couple days. I know you're on a hold anyway, and so just we're going to adjourn this a couple days to have the public defender either go out and see you or set up a time to talk to you, so that by Thursday, we're going to set this for Thursday, you have some time to at least knowingly and with information make a decision on this. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir. Now with that hold that's out of your court, will I be able to get like a hearing, a bond hearing on that?
Say it again, sir. I can't. You move a little closer to the mic and talk.
I said with that hold that's out of your court, would I be able to get like a bond hearing on that?
Yeah, the probation hold is a remand on ours, but you're also being held on something else. So we'll address. But this case will definitely be addressed Thursday. I just want to make sure that you're talked to by your lawyer before you make any decision.
Okay. Yeah. The
All
other
right.
hold was
So
under your court too. So okay.
Okay. So we'll reset the PV hearing. And Mr. Radowitz and Ms. Robinson, your appearance for the record, I kind of just. So your appearance for the record.
Jeff Radowitz on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
And Ms.
Aaron
Robinson?
Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. Jackson.
And that's a fair and accurate statement. We've had some technological issues. And so by Thursday, we've been able to set it by Thursday. That would allow Mr. Jackson to at least talk to you and make an informed decision concerning today's hearing. Is that right, Ms. Robinson?
It is, thank
Okay.
you.
So we've reset the PV hearing because of technological issues. And what's that date?
June 29th at 9:30.
So that's June 29th at 9:30. So it'll be Thursday. And in the meantime, Ms. Robinson will make contact to you, and then we'll go through the same thing we're set today for, but on Thursday at 9:30. All right, sir?
All right.
All right. Anything else for the record in docket 17-04671, Mr. Brodowitz?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor.
Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, we're all set. We'll see you in a couple days at 9:30. All right, Mr. Jackson.
All right, sir.
All right, you're free to leave the Zoom courtroom. Thank you for your appearance.
That's my son. I was just giving you that.
We had technological issues with him talking to his lawyer in a breakout room, and he needs to talk to a lawyer concerning the hearing, the probation violation hearing. So we just set it 2 days from now for Thursday at 9:30. It's been set for Thursday at 9:30. His lawyer's going to go out and talk to him. Okay, just to make sure that he gets an informed decision on anything he decides. Okay.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. We have a couple of arraignments. And then we have, is anybody else ready to go? I have Feigelson on Zahn. That can't be right.
I think it's a motion for early discharge, so.
And that's correct, Your Honor. It's a motion for early discharge.
All right.
I mean, I think that one is ready to move, because I don't think Mr. Feigelson is expecting to be here.
All right. Is Mr. Zahn here?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Ms. Robinson, you want to handle that for Mr. Feigelson?
Well, we're not appointed on these.
Oh, you're not?
Yeah,
because-
they're not entitled to counsel, unfortunately, on early discharge.
All right. All right. So Mr. Zahn, you can come up here. Do we have a report or anything from probation on this? Have you seen anything, Mr. Brodowitz?
Yes, I have.
You have one?
Well, I have a notice to appear and then a notice regarding eligibility for early discharge.
All right. All right, so we'll be on the record in docket 22-00941. That is a motion for early discharge brought by Mr. Zahn. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jeff Brodowitz on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
And sir, you are Scott Zahn?
Sir.
Okay. This is the time set for a motion for early discharge. Mr. Zahn, you bring this indicating that it was an 18 months probation. Was that the initial? All right. So you've done half of that. Is that correct?
I can, it's been so long, I can't even remember when I got put on it. When
Okay.
they put me on probation, I was already in recovery.
All right.
I already went to rehab, I already went to Club Rise, I was there. I was doing everything I was supposed to, and that popped up out the blue. And I was like, oh my God, what is this about? Then, I did exactly what Rise told me to do. I let Mike Lehman help me out, and he made some calls, and I turned myself in on it. And I got back out that day.
All right.
And I got put on probation, and I've paid all my fines. I've been doing my drops. I got a couple of friends of mine that I even got sober.
So you pled guilty on May 26th of last year. And yep, and then you were sentenced on July 21st of last year. So we're 11 months into it. Almost 11 months. Mr. Brodowitz?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, I believe, according to probation, probation believes that Mr. Zahn is eligible for early discharge. And the people have received nothing, so the people, I guess, would have no objection to the motion should the court grant it.
All right. I'm gonna see what's in here. So I didn't see anything from. Right, it's an ag. I don't know. But notice regarding eligibility for early discharge state, Jody Bayless, ag assault. I'm the probation officer, has completed at least one half of the original probation period, and all required probing may be early eligibility for early. So I have it here. I have I have that the probation officer in the offense, which is the 1-year ag assault, for a term of 18 months, that the probation officer, the probationer has completed at least one half of the original probation period and all the required programming and may be eligible for early discharge. With that and no objection from the prosecutor's office, I'm going to grant request for early discharge. From probation. For probation department. Recommendation. And no objection from the prosecutor's office. I have. Yes, the probation. Yeah, they should have that. Both of those.
Yeah,
and I have the signed report from the probation. It was just buried in here.
And I've done my Rep Smart class last year. I got my own place, moved in my own place. I even got baptized.
All right. All right.
But they're Burger Lights. The Toski. That was a long way.
And the statute does contemplate a violation of the domestic assault, but not under the traditional assault and ag assault, so you should be fine. We have the notice regarding early prohibition, so your motion's granted. Mr. Zahn, you're all set. Okay, sir?
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Guys have a great day.
You too.
So,
Sir, you had a question back there?
yes, I'm the victim,
Okay. All right.
and I signed, put some papers in, but you paid restitution. So now you're gonna do something.
Sir, I don't know what probation's done with you but you should have got some paperwork indicating that you should contact probation.
They told me to come here.
They told you to come here at a notice for early discharge. So you were not sent a subpoena. The prosecutor's office gave you notice of the hearing.
Yeah.
All right. So is there something you wanted to say today?
Yeah, but I didn't know this is gonna be just, get off of probation. I didn't know that.
All right.
I know it's gonna happen.
I can't answer that. This is from the prosecutor's office. This is from the prosecutor indicating a notice of this hearing. And I'm willing to listen to what you have to say today, but that doesn't change that the prosecutor's office and the probation department is not in objection to the motion to discharge. You're by about 6 months at this point. It's about 6 months.
6 months earlier, late.
Earlier than there were 18 months. It was an 18-month probation, and he completed it in a year.
Oh, okay. I didn't know all this.
All right.
So now I'm the victim. So what happened is what I did to him and what he did to me.
Well, you should have been contacted by the probation department. All right. I can't answer that. I do have that you were given notice of this hearing at this date in front of myself, but I can't talk to the rest of anything in regards to judgment of sentence or anything along those lines. So, okay, sir?
All right.
All right. I'm going to give you back your paper so you'll have it. Okay.
Okay. So I can call the prosecutor?
I would call the prosecutor's office, or you may want to contact Ms. Bayless in probation. But that notice is from the prosecutor's office. That is not from probation.
Oh, this is probation. It's not written on it. Do that. Gotta get right on me.
We can give you a number for probation, sure. But that notice is from the prosecutor's office.
Give me the phone number. I call the probation.
What's the number for probation? It didn't sound very. Yeah, that sounded very iffy.
It's hard to find their number. They don't have it online anymore.
Four 517-483-6055 under her name. That's the number. So that should be the line. If that goes, that's probation's department, and that might be Miss Bayless's direct line. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, there's Mr. Zahn. Two arraignments we could do. Do we have Ms. Velasquez here?
Mr. Castano's here.
How about Mr. Wilhart?
I have Mr. Wilhart, Your Honor. He is here. I don't know if you're willing to meet in chambers briefly about that.
Sure. Let's see what else we can. So is Mr. Castano here?
Right here.
Right. So you're here for an arraignment.
Yeah.
So go ahead and step up here and we'll arraign you on your. And make sure that you get any numbers you might need. All right, so we're on the record in docket 22-02702. It's People of the State of Michigan versus Carl Castano. This is the time set for arraignment on this matter. And I'll indicate what the nature of the charges that have been alleged against you from the probation department. So in a petition in order for amendment order of probation, As to, this looks like March 8th, 2023. March 8th, 2023. And March, oh, June 16th. So is that March 8th, an old one? So it's a new one, it's June 16th. All right. So in the probation request and summons for probation violation signed by Jody Bayless on June 16th, 2023, co-signed by Judge Buchanan, it is alleged that you violated your probation in a technical manner by failed to refrain from controlled substances. Per AverHealth on June 7th, you tested positive for opiates, resulting in a noticeable result of morphine. And on June 15th, you confirmed with this officer that you do not possess a valid prescription for morphine. So you're out. So you have two technical violations pursuant to your probation officer. Do you understand the nature of the allegations that have been brought against you? Yes. All right. So in regards to this, you should be represented by counsel at hearing, okay? And I have you were represented by the public defender's office on this underlying file for that your probation was violated on this initial file in which you pled guilty to this offense, which was a domestic violence offense. Do you plan to seek representation on this file with the public defender's office? All right. So let's make sure you get the address and the number for them, because what we're going to do is we're going to set this for hearing, and then you should reach out for them and make sure that they represent you in this matter. All right. And that should be the way to go, because you should have a public defender or a lawyer look at the recommendation to let you know what's certain of what's being recommended. Okay. So I'm going to set this for hearing. So it's set for hearing for probation violation hearing on
July 18th at 1.
July 18th at 1 o'clock. It is your intent to seek legal representation from the public defender's office. It is not like the last time where they automatically represent you. If you admit their final act, you have to go to them, call them and say, I got a hearing on July 18th. You'll get notice of it, and I want legal representation. And then they'll assign one of the attorneys that are assigned to the courtroom. Okay. Do you have, is that number on the notice? Yeah, so Ms. Sutter will write down the number for you, but make sure you tell them July 18th at 1:30 for that hearing. All right, sir? So that should have the contact information and the date of hearing. All right, so July 18th is the big date. The onus is on you to contact the public defender's office. All right, you should be all set, sir. Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you. Let's go. We'll be on that one here.
All right, we have Lyra, Velasquez, and Wilhart left. Anybody here on those?
I heard Lyra and Velasquez was a good person here.
Velasquez, yeah.
I haven't seen him, and then we have Wilhart. Wilhart who's here.
And Wilhart's here, and that's the one you wanted to talk about.
If you don't mind, Your Honor.
Yeah. How about, is Lyra here? No. All right. All right. We can go back in chambers and talk a little bit. Mr. Brodowitz, you want to join us? Yes, sir.
I do, as soon as I did something else that you were speaking.
You're fine. I got a different email. And so I sent
She's fired up. Yeah, it always confuses me when you're like, I got a different number. And I kept trying to call them, like, did you bother Google? It's all on Google.
Yeah, it's very helpful. Okay, so for Christmas. Yes. So what if one freaking motion with the Luca under this? Yeah. I don't care what numbers come out of your mouth next, Miss Sutter. I'm not feeling it. by numbers, do you mean statutes?
You could have appealed that. For sure.
Yeah, Klein didn't want to. It was like a California.
Yeah, no, I know. There was that too.
Just whenever it gets, I don't care what comes ever say. Oh, my very first time ever appearing from that woman, or in front of that guy, his comment was he saw me walk in, and then Tammy Marsh asked me for pizza. So I answered her pizza. What's this woman talking? What does that woman want? All right.
Yeah.
That was for like 6 months.
Yeah,
Yeah, like I'm the only constant in sport right now. Maybe chill just a little bit. And I was calling for John Abbott too, so I was like, leave me alone, man.
For Jackson, I scheduled tomorrow and then I rescheduled.
Okay, for me.
No, I'll just.
Oh, are you sure? Thanks. Shit.
I can do it in the morning.
Yes, on Thursday.
I'll talk about it. Just in case people was gonna have me. Violation, terminate, do 30 days in jail, have a great fucking day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, and it was in his defense, and it was like non-reporting probation for weed.
Oh, was it? I didn't notice the non-reporting, but.
Yeah, it was kind of like just like, don't do weed.
So he was doing UA testing on non-reporting probation?
Yeah, basically. And but that was like it. And so we only got violated.
Yeah.
And then he's got shit going on in other counties. So he's just, probably it's just like this shit.
In other counties, so misdemeanors or felonies.
I'm not sure. He's got some stuff going on in Eaton County, so I'm sure he's fucked up there.
Probably.
So I'm just like, whatever.
I draw. I did.
Tomorrow I got a pre-trial. Mitchell.
So the actual hearing is on that? Or is that you said?
It's Thursday. I scheduled it for me.
Okay, for this Thursday. Okay.
So the Thursday morning, I'll just handle it.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Wednesday, I saw.
I've done.
It's
the
Statute that's wrong.
Yes.
Yeah, he's accused of robbing Meyer at gunpoint, which I'm like, what was the fucking armed robbery? Okay, he did not have a gun in him. Mark Mitchell does not have the capabilities to go fucking gun and go to Walmart and steal things. Like Mark Mitchell will walk into a Meyer with like 3 security guards there and be like, I'm throwing this
And we'll do it.